election of counties as a result of my being a member of the James City County Board of Supervisors.
Good morning, everyone. Cindy Mester, honored to serve as Vice Chair. I am employed by the City of Falls Church, and today I'm representing VML.
Good morning. Raymond Smoot, Vice Chair, Commonwealth Transportation Board, and was asked to serve with this group in preparation for the report that will be forthcoming to the CTB.
Good morning, Kate Mattice. I'm with the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission. I'm representing the Virginia Transit Association.
Good morning, I'm Pinkert. I'm with Hampton Roads Transit, and I also represent VTA.
Good morning, Paula Malister. I'm with the Central Shenandoah Planning District Commission representing Bright Transit, and I'm here representing DRPT.
Good morning, I'm Brian Booth, the director with Blacksburg Transit, and I'm CTAB.
Let me just mention that one member of our committee is no longer with us. Jim Dyke has resigned as a result of other pressing needs that he is addressing. I want to express appreciation for all the hard work that Jim put in over the last several years to making this organization function effectively and to give real serious thought to the ways in which we can support public transit. So thank you very much, Jim, and I know we'll be looking for a new member shortly. Yeah. And the director of our DRPT.
Yes, hello, Maria Zimmerman, Director of DRPT, and yes, indeed, we are already starting to have some conversations about who Jim's replacement might be. So.
Hi, morning, everybody. I'm Alan Fye, the Deputy Director of DRPT.
I'm Evan Tooten, I'm a planner at DRPT.
Grant Sparks, Director of Statewide Transit Programs at DRPT.
We have additional staff and consultants.
Zach Trogdon, Chief Public Transportation.
Sorry, Cassidy with HDR.
Nate Masick with HDR.
Sarah Shrina with Kimley Horn.
We have present with us today one other.
James Hudson, Virginia Association of Counties.
Great. And hopefully everybody who is there virtually is hearing us effectively. If not, it's kind of silly for me to say, let us know.
So do let us know. We do have staff who are watching the chat, and we'll let us know if there's any issues.
Now I think it's time for our safety briefing, which we get regularly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for folks that are in the building, we do have multiple safety elements here within the office. You're on the 21st floor of 600 East Main Street. We do have multiple AEDs and first aid kits.
Why is it not in my headset?
They're certified to use the safety devices. There are also fire extinguishers spread throughout the office. If there is an emergency, there are 2 sets of stairs where folks will lead us down to our assembly point, which is at the corner of 6th and Grace. Hopefully, it looks like the weather is clear again today, so hopefully no issues with that, but stay tuned if there are notifications. Staff will lead us through to make sure we all assemble safely and move safely throughout the office and throughout the streets. If you have any questions, please let us know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Alan. I appreciate that. And now we move to the approval of minutes from our April 14th meeting. And I understand that does anybody have amendments or suggestions?
I have a couple. Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to note a couple minor edits and a comment. On page 8, I was just going to ask if we could add percentages after the numbers so it's clear what I mean, later on it's there, but just for consistency. Page 11, minor typo in the spelling of TSDAC. I mentioned to Alan, there's an extra I. And on page 8, 6th bullet, we talk about sort of the reasons for the compromise discussion for consideration. I couldn't remember if it was this meeting or one of my other conversations. One of the points we made was that even though rural was going down by percentage, it was still up for percentage. I was going to ask for consideration to add that. If it happened during the meeting and I'm not remembering it from another conversation, I did not go back and look at the recording. My apologies. And the final comment I just wanted to note is acknowledging the new format. I do think it's easier to read and probably easier for you all to summarize than our verbatim questions back and forth. My only ask hasn't been an issue recently, but if we're going to summarize the minutes, I'm going to request that we please keep the recordings and all the material on they are now. I know it's a lot of work, Zach and team to go back and restore. But I think it's also very important for transparency of what was summarized. Thank you.
So I have a
Yeah,
motion to
now it's
approve
in
the
my ear. I'm just like,
with the amendments, Cindy.
So moved.
Motion to approve. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great. So we approved those minutes with the corrections and now turn to the director.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, again, welcome everyone to DRPT. It's great to have you back here. And as always, we really appreciate the time that you all are spending. I know this has been a big commitment over the last few months and we're not done yet. So we really appreciate that. We know each of you are very busy with your regular day jobs as well. And so first and foremost, thank you, thank you. Also want to thank the staff who have been doing a lot of work to get us prepped for today. And since we last met, conducted cohort workshops. We had very good attendance and participation in those. So thank you to all of the transit agencies. I think as you'll hear, we had, if not all, most of the 39 transit agencies participated in those. So thanks again to people who are providing comments, who are engaging in the process. It's all been very productive and I think is hopefully helping us move towards a good place. We also had some discussion last month and we will pick it up again today about the TRIP program and possible changes to that. I also just want to acknowledge we have received some comments and input from agencies as well as we're considering TRIP and encourage people to continue to share ideas that you may have about this program as we look at implementing HB 200 as we move forward. So we have a lot of content to cover today, but I wanted to quickly remind us all of the administration's priorities for merit and the operating program review. First, as we've talked about many times, we really would like for this formula to be more predictable, and thus we would hope that we can lock in the inputs whenever possible and appropriate. We recognize that the overarching goals of public transit are not the same in each of our communities and that we need to get away from a one-size-fits-all approach and develop a formula that's going to work for agencies of different sizes and geographies. And most importantly, we want the revised formula to be simple and transparent. And so these are really kind of our goals for where we're headed with the formula. We know at the end of the day, we probably will not make everyone happy, but we really are looking out for what is going to be in the best interest overall for the Commonwealth and for the thousands of people who rely on our transit systems every day to get them where they need to be safely, reliably, and affordably. So that's just my few notes before we jump into what will be a very meaty discussion today, I have no doubt.
No question at all about that, and I really appreciate the restating of the administration's goals because I think it's got to motivate our discussion in a lot of ways. So we'll move on then to our overview of fiscal year 27's 6-year improvement plan. And Alan, you're gonna...
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for folks, we have a lot of information to go over in the SIP, but we're going to condense it down to a couple slides, and there's some handouts for folks in the rooms. Basically, just want to start out with what we're proposing to fund this year that's in the draft SIP. So there's a significant amount of investments we're actually getting ready to make through the 2 programs that we've been talking about for the last several months and continue to discuss. If you look at right now, the merit operating assistance, so looking at allocating approximately $138 million. Merit capital over $100 million, and the TRIP program $35 million. That's almost $275 million of funding that is going out to support just those 2 programs. In addition, there are other programs that DRPT is responsible for as well. But just for this room, that's a pretty significant amount of money. I think that just reinforces why these conversations are so important about making sure that with you all's help and with the industry's help and all of our stakeholders understanding what the importance of these programs are and how we're making the best financial decisions we possibly can to invest that money. At the sheets here, there's a couple handouts that kind of break down in a lot more detail. I'm not going to run through all that because we have so much material to go through today, but there's some really good information looking at the operating assistance, how we've broken it down, some of the recommendations, some of the projects that are proposing to be funded throughout the Commonwealth to make sure that we're seeing how that money is being invested. In order to if you want to get a little bit deeper dive into this, there is a lot of information. The CTB last month got a presentation on that, a significant amount of detail. Those slides are up there. This is a subset of those slides and a little bit more detail we provided for you all. Also, we have a couple more SIP hearings that are coming up to go. I think we have Salem, Northern Virginia, and Lynchburg next. And a lot of folks will be in Northern Virginia next week. And then also DRPT is doing our own dedicated SIP hearing just for DRPT's programs. And that's going to be an all virtual meeting on May the 27th at 5:30. So if you go online to our website, there's lots of information on there about the SIP hearings that are yet to come. From the Commonwealth's point of view, and then also our virtual hearing as well. So you can register if you go online. So without diving deep into all of the information that's here, just want to see if there's any questions really quickly before we move on.
You have a question. It's fantastic, obviously, growth in the program. I do understand there's a couple different factors at play. Can you talk at what elements are increase in revenue from the CMTF versus you guys doing a great job of closing out old grants? Because I have a feeling both are at play, right? And some mean, and maybe the other sort of add to that, which also means, and you have it very nicely outlined, some things are a one-time windfall, and I want us to be mindful of that. Can you talk a little bit about those dynamics?
Yes, thank you. That's great, because I think the one-time windfall is an important thing, because as we close out grants and as money comes to DRPT from various sources, that does put a temporary increase for this year. As we're looking forward actually to FY28, to get my fiscal years correct, actually right now the projected allocation for merit operating actually goes down a little bit because of those ebbs and flows of funds that come into there. Now, overall, I think generally speaking, most of the sources of revenue that come into the CMTF have been going up. We are seeing a prediction of an increase over the next 6 years. Within that 6 years is where we may see some of those ebbs and flows. I think one thing also to keep in mind is they are projections. And we don't know if anything is going to change at the General Assembly. We don't know what's going to happen in the economy. There's all those different things. They are projections that we get from the Department of Taxation. They are conservative projections, but I think is a smart way to go when it comes to policy discussions and decisions like that. So those are some of the factors, but I think generally speaking, the sources that go in have been going up, I think, except for, TOT was the one that was going down. I can double check with the finance team. I think that was the one that has shrunk a little bit.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Question. I remember last time we talked about how TRIP, covered some things that came in under merit.
Correct.
And one of the slide handouts, you highlights that. So I was just wondering for just sort of general comment now that state code has us looking at TRIP. Thank you, Evan, for the collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like, did that help fund almost everybody? Anybody kind of left out that didn't get covered by TRIP?
I think for the TRIP program, I think most things did get funded unless they were ineligible. We did have some things that were ineligible. I think we were hitting on the fact that the flexibility that we're showing there is really important. I think it's one thing that we're really hoping continues forward as we have that policy conversation, because if you run out of money in one place and your hands are tied, there's not much you can do. So the dual eligibility that we have, I think Evan's actually putting a table together that shows some of the programs and the dual eligibility, I think is something we want to get out there to help people understand that. That's good from the applications point of view, but also from our internal point of view, if we have that flexibility to fund good projects that make sense and that are eligible and that are the best use of our funding, I think that's the structure we're striving for between looking at this program. But we do try to, wherever we can, if there's a good justification and they're meeting the criteria that we've set out, we do try to make sure that we can fund them if we do have the resources available.
It's not insignificant transfer.
It's not an insignificant amount. I think an important nuance to it is in merit capital, a pretty high percentage. I don't know the exact percentage off the top of my head, but having gone and speaking at all these hearings now, we see a lot of replacement of vehicles in the merit capital. So replacing buses, replacing other fleet vehicles within that pot. I think because TRIP has the important focus on ridership incentives, In the trip capital category, we tend to see more, we're funding the Western expansion of the BRT through the regional connectivity program. We see some other bus stop, bus shelter, those types of amenities that are going to be improving the customer experience and hopefully increasing ridership as a result of that, right? So I think again, overgeneralizing, but looking at and speaking in a lot of 6 of the 9 districts now, again, Merit Capital, we really do have that focus on state of good repair. And I think that's clearly the priority for funds in there. When we see some of these other capital projects that, again, are improving customer experience, that can be improving safety as a way to improve customer experience. It can be, again, improving the bus stop, the bus shelter experience, which falls under passenger amenities. We have a lot of things with that. Some different capital investments. And then the regional routes or routes, sorry, I'm from Minnesota. We say it a little funny. But that is, again, where we're able to kind of tap into that funding to support the Western expansion of the BRT here. And, we would look and hope that that might be a pot of funding for other kind of similar expansion projects. But so again, a broad overgeneralization, but it kind of holds with how we look at that and think about the flexibility of what's coming in.
Any other questions, comments? All right. If not, we'll move on. And we had a very busy and productive meeting on April 14th and made some important headway on policy decisions. And so I'm going to turn over to Grant to do an overview of those activities and where we stand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to all of you for joining us 30 minutes here today. 30 minutes on the front end of the meeting, 30 minutes on the back end, because we do anticipate a lot of discussion today. Hopefully, potentially some decisions or recommendations are moving forward after today. So we'll just go ahead and dive right in. So first we want to just recap the last TSDAC meeting on April 12th. So Evan started us off with an introduction to the TRIP program. Some of you are already familiar with it. Others, it was a new program. And we wanted to highlight some of the changes to the TRIP program under HB 200. So just as a refresher, HB 200 does put the TRIP program under TSDAC's review, similar to our merit program. So we want to just give everybody an introduction to the program before we start developing recommendations. We also spent a good portion of the time defining the cohorts for merit operating. So reminding everyone that the cohorts that we defined were large urban, small urban, and rural. And it seemed like we did reach a consensus to define those cohorts. We then also identified recommended merit operating revenue distribution among those cohorts. So as you might recall, DRPT recommended an 82 for large urban, 12 for small urban, and 8 for rural revenue distribution. There's a lot of good discussion about that. Ultimately, I think TSDAC supported a recommendation to tweak those percentages just a little bit to be 80, and actually, excuse me, I think I got my percentages wrong.
We would have loved 82.
80% large urban, 12% small, 8% rural was the DRPT recommendation. We modified to increase large urban by 1% to 81, small urban stayed intact at 12, and then rural dropped 1% to 7. So so we got over that. We think that there was generally some consensus there, which was great. Then we spent a good portion of the time talking about our sizing metrics and the associated weights for each measure, those measures being cost, ridership, hours, and miles within each cohort. So we did an interactive activity with you all. We had you guys kind of break out what you thought the weights should be within those different measures within each cohort. So we spent a lot of time on that. That will be the focus really of today's discussion for the merit operating piece of the agenda, because we really want to hone in on those weights so that we keep up the pace of this review. And then the last one here, at the end of the meeting, we did introduce to you all the kind of the concept behind the Performance and Stability Fund and some considerations there, specifically highlighting FTA's Small Transit Intensive Cities Program or STIC program, which could potentially be used as a good model as we're thinking about what the Performance and Stability Fund looks like here in Virginia.
Any questions, comments?
So we have also been very busy since the last meeting, working behind the scenes, trying to get feedback from all of our transit providers on this effort. And we mentioned at the last meeting that we were holding 4 cohort workshops, and we successfully held those workshops. Maria mentioned that we had very good attendance at those workshops. Almost every agency, I think it was maybe 2 agencies, were unable to participate. I did have a call with one of them afterwards, so I gave them a debrief and got some good feedback from them after. But again, very good attendance at the workshops. I should also mention we did 4 of them because we split out the large urban cohort into 2. We did Northern Virginia. We already had a separate meeting scheduled with them anyway, Kate and her team for BTC and all the jurisdictions and agencies in Northern Virginia. So we kind of leveraged that standing meeting to serve as the Northern Virginia large urban cohort workshop. And then we did a separate one with the rest of the agencies, large urban agencies in Virginia. And then we did one with small urban and one with rural for a total of 4. There was some consistent feedback that we received at those workshops in terms of the weighting of service measures. So service measures being revenue hours and revenue miles and the weighting for those. As you might recall, in the current formula, revenue hours and revenue miles are 10% each. And we did the same interactive activity that we did with you all at each of the cohort workshops. And in each workshop, the revenue hours and revenue miles weighting went up. So that was one general observation. It seemed like everybody seems to want those metrics to have greater weight as we move forward. We did receive a decent amount of questions during these workshops. I will say that they were mostly clarifying questions, trying to better understand what the concept was that we were presenting and kind of the basis behind the concept. But overall, some really good questions. And then also directly after the workshop, we actually provided a demo of a sizing metric calculator tool that we developed since our last meeting. We shared it with our TSDAC members. We demoed the tool during each cohort workshop and then shared it with participants after the cohort workshop. And we did get really good feedback on that calculator tool. So it does seem like people are using it and it's helping folks better understand the sizing metric piece of the book. So those are just general observations, some specific things that stood out for each of the individual cohort workshops. For large urban, there was a comment about us carefully considering the weighting of cost and the impacts of HB 547 and SB 731. Those are the labor bills. And so the idea being that some of our transit agencies, and it's a larger share in our large urban cohort, are unionized. And so labor bills will impact those agencies possibly more than non-unionized agencies. So that was a great point that someone made there. And then also we did get some feedback that the STIC model, FTA STIC model, was generally thought as a good option for rewarding good performance. And so we got some good feedback on that. With the small urban cohort workshop, there was a comment about federal reauthorization and the uncertainty of federal reauthorization, as I think we all are aware of. And that could potentially impact, would potentially impact many of our agencies in the small urban cohort, noting that the FTA 5307 STIC funding, it was mentioned that could be on the, could be cut potentially in federal reauthorization. Did some research on that. Didn't seem like there was a whole lot of conversation about that, but In the president's budget, I believe there's a lot of cuts across the board with transit. So stick would be a casualty as well, most likely. And then also, this is just emphasizing what we discussed at the last meeting. The small urban cohort is a little unique because you do have some larger agencies in small urban and some smaller agencies in large urban. Those being the university towns and the non-university towns. And so there was a comment made that there is some interest possibly in the future for doing some additional cohorting within this cohort. So that it's basically a big small urban and a small urban subset. And then within the rural cohort workshop, we received a question about when TSDAC and DRPT will be reviewing the formula once the new formula is implemented to see if it works as intended. This is more of just a good reminder to you all that if we're going to be implementing a new formula, we do need to be very mindful that we probably need to put a little bit more emphasis on the review. TSDAC is required to review the formula every 3 years, but whenever you're doing something new, you need to pay probably closer attention. So that was a good reminder. Most of the performance metrics used in the current formula have benefited larger, more urban transit systems, like passengers per mile. That was a comment from our rural agencies. And so with that in mind, we need to consider this when identifying the appropriate performance metrics for the rural cohort. And then last but not least, this is also a good reminder that even within these 3 cohorts that we've developed, communities are still very different, and there's still a diversity of service model within those cohorts. And so a comment was made that the most equitable method for distributing funds in the rural cohort is by heavily weighing cost. So we wanted to capture that as well. Okay, so that was all the feedback from the cohort workshops that we developed. This is just a reminder of the timeline that we're on. Nothing has changed here with this slide since our last meeting, other than we are now in May. We are no longer in April. So we're still on track here. We are, I guess, technically halfway done, but we are keeping up a good pace. And then as far as the outreach schedule goes here, nothing has changed here either. Did want to highlight, as you can see, May is a very busy month. We have a lot going on. We got SIP hearings, we got this meeting, TSDAC. We are going to do another round of cohort workshops. So be on the lookout for that. We are scheduling trip peer exchanges. And then also we have the VTA conference next week. And we will have 2 sessions on the merit review as well as trip at next week's VTA conference. So a lot going on, and I'm actually going to flip back here. Please pay close attention to the dates here. Today is May 12th. The next TSDAC meeting is June 2nd. So we have an extremely condensed timeline between now and the next meeting. And with all the activities going on, it is really going to be a sprint. The good news is we do get an extra week between June and July. So hopefully a little breathing room there as we kind of go into the big meeting where we need to come up with some firm recommendations for the CTP. Okay. Any questions so far before we actually get into policy decision number 2?
Grant, I just wonder if you could kind of give me a little bit of a sense for the reaction you're getting from the agencies about the process so far.
Yeah, I mean, based on the turnout from the cohort workshops, we've been very pleased that people are participating. As I mentioned earlier, there've been a decent amount of questions. Not as much, I'd say, not as much feedback on the sizing weights. We asked everybody to email myself if they had a preferred sizing weight distribution by last Friday, I believe, and I only received a handful. So I think folks are still kind of playing around with that calculator tool, trying to understand the impacts. But again, a lot of good questions about just how this new concept was developed, how it would work. A lot of the questions and really focused on how the performance piece will work, which we haven't really gotten into a whole lot of detail yet. But I do sense that folks appreciate the engagement. I know in the 2025 review, we were working at rapid speed and we just did not have the time to do the detailed one-on-one type engagement. So I think that has been appreciated very much. We are hoping to continue that trend all the way through July, is to keep these engagements at the same pace.
Any other questions or?
I would just comment, I think to reinforce what Fran says, I think people are still playing with the tool. And I know with trying to reach out to my EML colleagues, it's been a little challenging because like everybody's focused on the General Assembly
Yeah.
and lack of having a state budget. So as we go through this next process, I think that engagement will be important. I think everybody appreciates the tool, but it does take some time to see what the impacts are, good, unintended. So just wanted to reinforce that point. I think I'm having trouble getting feedback, at least from my stakeholders.
Fair, if I could comment. I think that's a fair point. I think we really are trying to do everything we can to get input because we do have the CTB deadline. And that's, we moved it once, so we won't be able to move it again. And part of why we need to have it in place is because this will take effect starting for the fiscal year 28. So very fair point. We're, as you saw, I think, looking for opportunities to get that feedback.
I think,
And I also assume once folks kind of see some of the numbers and estimates, that always makes things more real. Like we know that as transportation
Yes.
planners, right? Like we do a lot of public meetings and then once it's actually real.
see it.
So again, we appreciate you helping us in this process to try to get that outreach from folks as well as we kind of keep moving forward. And we'll
I think it's great.
the best we can.
PTA conference timed perfectly for engagement.
And I do think, as we mentioned earlier, noting we have a little bump in this year's FY27 numbers. So everybody's looking pretty good this year. So again, as we've been talking to, really like, don't just compare what's happening this year with merit, like really think about, again, it's a little tough, but like think about it in a longer term of kind of how your agencies maybe have done and how this falls within that. So hopefully, we'll see the state revenues continue to be healthy, but one never knows with that. And so again, we're kind of looking for the trends and the overall impact and the alignment with the policy goals. But great point.
Any other comments or questions?
Great. Well, now we're going to get into the meat of the presentation. Okay, so this slide is just a refresher on the concept here. You guys have seen this slide now a handful of times. Just wanted to highlight the little green glow. That is where we are now. We're in May, and today the slides that I'm going to share with you here in a second focus on a sizing metric for rural, small urban, and large urban cohorts. So again, we did the revenue cohorting already in April, sizing metric, and then once we determine the sizing metric weights for each cohort, then that basically will allow us to run some models and give some projections on the base allocations for each agency. Then, of course, we got to figure out, the 30% cap in the performance and stability fund revenues. So we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that later on this morning or maybe early afternoon. But I did just want to highlight where we are in the process. So before we really dive in here, though, we did want to take a little a step back here as we're thinking about the sizing metric weights, the measures and their weights. We did just want to highlight what each data point that we have access to, what it is really measuring. So on the left here, you can see that we collect operating costs, ridership, hours, and miles. Those are the 4 key pieces of data that we collect from all of our transit agencies every year. And so those are the metrics those are the measures that we use for our sizing metric. And what does operating cost measure? Well, obviously it measures expense. Ridership, on the other hand, measures how much usage the transit system is getting. So how many passengers are riding the service. And then revenue hours and revenue miles really measure how much service is being put out on the street by each transit agency. And so the key question today is, how do we define size within each cohort? And you can technically define size by any of these. It could be a combination, it could be singularly, any of these measures. We have taken the approach of we're going to use all the measures and we try to balance the weights appropriately. So that's kind of teeing up that we wanted it to be very clear what each data point was measured. Okay, so policy decision number 2. We've broken it down into 4 sub-decisions, I guess. And so we classified as 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. The first one, we'll ease you guys into the conversation today. The first one will be how many years of data should be incorporated into the sizing metric. So we're coming with a recommendation for all these to you all, but that's the first one. The second one is what are the sizing metric weights for rural cohort? What are the sizing metric weights for the small urban cohort? And then what are the sizing metric weights for the big, large urban? So I'm going to walk you all through individually, 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. Feel free to stop me anytime if you have questions, suggestions. Okay, so policy decision 2A. How many years of data should be incorporated into the sizing metric? So I wanted to remind everyone that in the current formula, the sizing metric is calculated using only a single year of data, the most recent year of data that we have available. And using a single year of data does allow for a quick response in the formula and associated allocations based on significant changes to a transit agency. So single year data means more adaptable, which has some strengths, obviously. However, a single year of data does lead to less predictability. As the data is moving year over year, every agency, their ridership is going up or down, hours, miles go up, down, cost goes up or down. And because of this single year of data, it is leading to some anomalies. And we have kind of pinpointed that we think a lot of the anomalies are because of the single year of data. So changing from a single year of data to an average data set over multiple years, we believe would lead to much less variation year over year. So it would lead to better predictability. So that's the advantage of potentially using a 3-year average as predictability, or sacrificing adaptability for predictability. Using an average data set over multiple years will not, though, respond to changes in transit service provision as quickly. So there's a trade-off here. And we are going to be recommending to you all that we use a 3-year average data set for operating cost, vehicle revenue miles, vehicle revenue hours, and ridership in the sizing metric. And that's because we really want to emphasize predictability for better budgeting purposes, for better planning purposes for our agencies. We think that is a good policy decision. And so the second bullet point just kind of formalizes, uses an example. The 3 years of data incorporated into the sizing metric will be the most recent years of data. So for example, in the FY28 SIP, we would be using FY24, 25, and 26 data. Because in 27 data is not yet available when we're developing the SIP. So those 3 years would be the most recent years of data. And then the last bullet point here, this one is to additionally recommend that beginning in FY29, DRPT will only accept audited expenses. So this is the operating costs, and will not utilize general ledger or unaudited financial submissions for the operating cost measure. I want to emphasize that this would go into effect in 29. We didn't think it was fair to implement this in 28. We need folks to be more prepared and probably brief their own leadership or boards or whatnot, that there is a financial, I guess, benefit for agencies that finish their audits on time and are able to submit them when we accept operating applications. So we included this one because currently there are some agencies that have not completed their audits when we have our operating applications due. So we accept them, what they have, which is unaudited general ledger submissions, but we feel as though there's some inconsistency. We want to be fair and consistent and treat everyone the same. We all know that in the audits, the audit might find out that there was an expense that was booked improperly. So it could have been like an operating expense, or excuse me, a capital expense that was booked as an operating, and the auditors make that adjustment. Could have been an expense was captured in the wrong year, so it needs to transfer years. And so we just wanted to create a level playing field with this recommendation that everybody is held to the same standard of audited expenses.
So I have a couple questions here. I definitely appreciate, and I've also heard from my folks or whatever, the idea of having reduced volatility. Absolutely. I think there are two factors at a minimum I see adding sort of a complexity to this, and maybe it gets handled on the performance side. A system decides to do a really cool transformative service changes, right? All of a sudden they're going gangbusters on their ridership because they've done some really cool stuff, right? And so it smooths out the benefit of them getting that to potentially 3 or 4 years out. I think the other one, which kind of we talked about before, is you need to do a new labor agreement. Your new labor agreement's going to have completely different costs. So you have a ridership thing. Well, actually, you know, stuff that affects a number of the different data points. And I think there's concern about stuff that has that major impact, whether it be on sort of a positive side, but also maybe on a challenging side when it comes to costs. That this would smooth it out in a way that potentially could be harmful. And I know there's a conversation about stability, but since we haven't really got to that yet, I'd want us to be forward mindful of how those play together. To put that out there, there's the other one I just want to ask, because I know there's been conversations, fares collected, all that kind of stuff. Where do the fare system generated revenues fit into any of this? And is it now out? I think it's out. I can't remember. We had some conversation about when you're talking about operating costs, what's the element of fares and any of that?
So fares are revenues, obviously.
Yeah.
User generated revenues. Assuming you spend the revenues that you receive, then that leads to higher costs, right? So your budgets go up as you collect more fares, and then you spend what's in your budget. So it's not a direct relationship, I guess. It shouldn't really impact the formula, I don't think. I mean, if an agency goes zero fare, as an example, just the agency, chances are they're not, I mean, they have the option of either reducing service to account for the loss in fares, or get a trip grant, or ask for more local subsidies. But it's the spending which plays into this formula. It's like revenue generation kind of indirectly tied, but it's not really the data point that we're focusing on. It's spending.
As you guys do your interaction, especially at VTA next week, this is, I think, a worthwhile conversation. People are still kind of get their brain around it. So we don't have to be sort of real time, but folks are still actually sort of asking how that works. So, but I do want to go back to that first part, which is there are some big things that could happen, and this would potentially slow down the financial reward, I would say,
Yes.
of doing those things.
That is exactly the trade-off, right? It's, do we want to be more adaptable to these system redesigns, labor agreement negotiations?
Yeah, because I see those as being two very big ones. Yeah.
Right, those are definitely big ones. And an argument can be made to adapt accordingly very quickly to reward those agencies or give those agencies more money when they need it. But you sacrifice predictability, because if you're giving more to those agencies who are doing system redesigns, have labor agreement renegotiations, then it's a zero-sum game. So other agencies are then getting less. And so that's kind of the trade-off.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Grant, I thought when we had kind of played out some of these scenarios as well, when we were briefing today, I thought if there were things like a labor renegotiation that happened, the 3-year average, there might be a delay in when that takes effect, but it will be represented when you're resizing, so to speak, right? So it's not kind of lost forever. So it would probably depend on when that reset were to happen going into this. But I thought we had also discussed that if there were significant impacts, there is a way with stabilization and performance. If you got a big ridership bump through a transit system design, that could be an element for performance. If there was a impact, significant impact to the cost that the formula isn't kind of capturing, that would be where stabilization comes in. Not that stabilization is that you would never have any change ever, but if there is some change that the formula isn't able to kind of address, I thought we had said that that did get worked into it, which
Yes.
just
Yeah,
sounds a little different. So
we're going to get more into the stability piece of this whole conversation later. I'm going to jump a little bit ahead and then bring us back here. But
Can I just ask one,
Yeah, sure.
one question? And that is, we're going from a 1-year to a 3-year number, right?
That's what we're recommending.
Right. I just wondered about, I understand the benefit of looking at more than 1 year. But essentially you're then backing out 4 years
yeah.
for that first year. Did you give any thought to a 2-year?
I mean, that's obviously something that we can look at. That is a middle ground essentially between a single.
Just thinking that
Yeah.
if you're trying to make adjustments for whatever it is that's happened, you're gonna have a lot of noise in there from a previous
Yeah.
way in which you were operating. So just
Yeah.
thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely take a look at that.
Mhm.
I think we definitely just wanted to
Yeah.
see some variation year over year in the data. The more years that you incorporate into the average, the smoother it will be, the flatter it will be. So yeah, a 2-year average would give us some adaptability, but some more predictability than the current one.
That's a variation.
Hey, did you want to go ahead?
Just a question. On the third bullet, to what extent will that require a change in behavior for what is happening now? In other words, suppose this went into effect today. Require a significant change in behavior by many entities or not?
There are some nuances with this recommendation, and that's based on the governance structure of our transit agencies. So a lot of our agencies are part of local governments. They're a department within a local government. And what we have recognized is that many of their audits are city audits or town audits or county audits. And it's not the transit department that's necessarily getting audited. It's the larger organization, which is holding up the transit agency from submitting their audited financials. And so we recognize that fully. There are some transit systems, though, that act totally independently. They're a transportation authority or commission, corporation, and they don't have that overarching umbrella agency that's holding them up. It's totally within their control. I will say that we did a look of our FY27 applications to see how many agencies did not submit audited financials, and we had to rely on their general ledger. And it was only like 4 or 5. So it wasn't a ton, but ultimately those 4 or 5 agencies, this would, lack of a better term, kind of put them on notice that there's now going to be a financial incentive to finish your audit, because generally speaking, your expenses from a year ago are less than they are today. Costs only go up. So this is to encourage and incentivize audits being completed more quickly. I think that's the initial, if we move forward with this recommendation, I think that's the anticipated outcome, is that some agencies are going to see this and be like, okay, we got to hurry up and finish this audit so that we're not, the state's not using our FY '24 audited financials. They use our FY '20. I got the years.
So how much, assuming that the fiscal year concludes on June 30, when will the audited, when will the audit completion be needed in order to comply with this?
February 1st. That's when our applications are due.
But you have
And
8
for,
months essentially.
and for localities, we are required to have it done by December 31. So there should be no excuse that a
That's good.
locality is holding up the transit component. So personally, I like the leveling and the thing, and we actually statewide have issues with localities not complying. So I don't mind this incentive. It's the right thing to be done. Anyway.
That's good.
One note on that. So many of our rural agencies operate on the federal fiscal year.
That way.
Because they're getting most of their revenues
money.
from us and from the federal government, they've opted to do a federal fiscal year. I think that was DRPT guidance actually to them many, many years ago. We're honestly very worried about those agencies because they have a much tighter time frame to complete their audits, 4 months. But there's only one agency that was unable to, out of those rural agencies, that was unable to submit their audited financials on time. It was a long time. So, but most of our rural operators are actually nonprofits, not local governments. So that's why they have more flexibility with their fiscal years.
That was a great question. I wanted to react to the 2-year. You all know, I like the 3 or 5 because of smoothing. It's sort of the anomalies of my pension stuff where you can have a lot of great returns or lots of returns. And I think that's sort of the same here, because if you're going to start a new system, it's not going to happen in 1 year. It's probably split. I can't remember. One of you two shared that example, right? And the same for loss. So I like that smoothing piece, but it is intriguing to think about maybe phasing it in. So like the first time we do a 2-year and then it goes to 3 years. So people can I don't know how that plays out. But I am leaning for the predictability.
Right, and I understand that. I just think, when we're talking about being another year out before you're getting the information, whether you're really dealing with information that's not reflective of changes that have occurred. But it's maybe just worth a look, see.
Of course, COVID took us 4 years to recover.
Right, right.
Can I make a comment about the averaging? I just want to say that I think if our goals are stability and predictability, and given that, future revenues are uncertain and we don't know what's coming, I think the idea of using a 3-year or 2-year average, whichever amount, certainly incentivizes and encourages slow and sustainable growth in your transit system, which I think is better overall for the state because you're putting service out there on the road that that not only your localities, but the state can also sustain long term. And so kind of discouraging the idea of these drastic swings and service changes, that I think lends to being good stewards of public funds to begin with. But as long as we include some kind of, option in the stability fund to deal with those one-time situations, I think that's going to be the exception to the rule. I mean, a labor renegotiation or a massive change in service is not going to be everybody's status quo. That's going to be an exception. And so trying to find a policy decision that addresses the standard operating conditions and then dealing with those anomalies outside of this portion of the formula, I think makes the most sense.
Other comments, questions?
Great. So moving on to 2B. So these next 3 again are going to be focused on assessing metric weights for each of the cohorts. We're going to start with rural, we're then going to go small urban, and then finish out with larger. So So before we get into the recommendation, just some a refresher on some key considerations when we're looking at the rural cohort, what the sizing weight should be for this cohort. Again, this information was shared at the last meeting. But again, rural agencies tend to have lower operating costs and they travel long distances for service delivery because their service areas are generally quite large. Maximizing ridership is not always a top priority for these agencies as they tend to focus more on getting their passengers to medical appointments and other essential services. The ability to enhance rural transit service efficiency is very hard because they're traveling such long distances. You can only be so efficient when you're taking someone 25, 30 miles to a medical appointment. Note at the bottom, DRPT does act as the designated recipient of Section 5311 federal funding for these agencies. So these agencies not only get state operating dollars from DRPT, they also get federal operating dollars. So we need to be mindful of that. And then the modes of service operated in the rural code, kind of your standard fixed route, demand response / paratransit, and then we have a couple commuter bus services. So the recommendation that we are bringing forward is to split the sizing metric weights as 50% operating costs. So that's the current weight of operating costs in the formula. We are recommending to reduce the weight of ridership from 30 to 20. And then the 10% change that we're basically taking from ridership, or recommending to split it between revenue hours and revenue miles to boost both of those from 10 to 15%. I'm going to quickly pause and just mention, for those of you who looked at the materials in advance, hopefully all of you, you would notice that the approach that we took here, we actually used the calculator tool, the sizing metric calculator tool ourselves to develop these recommendations. Again, we heard through all of our outreach that there was an interest in increasing the weighting of hours and miles. So we acknowledge that. There's been conversations over the last months and years about possibly increasing the weight or making the weight of ridership higher for our larger agencies and lower for our smaller agencies. So that's kind of a common theme here as well. But specifically the revenue hours and revenue miles, 15-15, that is something that we are recommending for all of the cohorts. So all three would have 15 and 15 as revenue hours and revenue miles respectively. And where you see the difference is between operating cost and ridership. And it basically gradually weighs heavier on the ridership end for our larger agencies and gradually weighs heavier on operating costs for our rural agencies. So that's generally the dynamic that's going on with these recommendations. And
So I was just going to ask, because I know one of the things we've talked about over the years is obviously trying to reduce any reporting burden, right, for rural. And I'm just curious if you actually ran a scenario where it was just 100% based on operating costs.
oh yeah, we ran like 50, 60 different scenarios.
Yeah, I'm just sort of interested. So if we want to make it as simple as possible, if that obviously must have skewed something.
So when we were playing around in the calculator tool,
Yeah.
what we realized is that if you make any of these measures go up or down by more than 10%, I mean, there are agencies that are dropping like a lot and other agencies that are going way, way higher. So the variation in outputs just gets a lot wilder when you tweak the weights over 10%.
So that's actually very helpful for all of these, is if the lens is to minimize disruption by the current formula. I think that's helpful for us to understand sort of where you guys were working. So my take on the rural is let's make it as easy as possible for them to get what they need. So that's why I was like, oh, why just take operating, make it happen. But if you've already run that and said that's not gonna, that causes too much disruption, I think that's helpful for us to understand. And maybe we can look at the other policy decisions with that same lens.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's all. I guess the code is still supposed to be somewhat.
I can't hear it. I'm sorry, the air conditioning.
The code says it's still supposed to be performance-based, I guess, so we have
But
to.
this is sizing. Performance is later.
Right.
Performance is the next one. This is just sizing.
But yeah, we went with some of the extreme models. I mean, we did the same thing for ridership, 100% on the large urban, just to see what happened. And it just blows the whole allocations out of the water.
Yep.
So I will say that I think that that is one of the goals here, is not to disrupt too much. We wanted to find something that meets some of our goals, you know, that we identified the administration's priorities, but also try not to tilt things too much.
That's helpful. Thanks.
So, so this, I know it's a lot of information. So apologies, it's probably too much for our rural cohort. This is the one that has the most agencies, as a reminder. But I did want to walk you all through this because this comes straight out of the calculator tool, kind of explains what's going on with our proposed weights. So just to kind of orient you all to what you're seeing here on the screen, first of all, very important, there's a disclaimer on the top left. The sizing metric allocations in this slide are based on 95% of the total revenues. Okay, so this is not 100% of the revenues, it's just 95. Because remember, we're taking the 5% off the top for performance and stability fund. So because this is only 95% of the revenues, you cannot compare what's on this screen to what you see as your number in the FY27 SIP. Okay, a lot of people immediately saw the calculator tool and they were using it and they were comparing what's in the calculator tool to the SIP. SIP is 100% of our revenues, calculator tool is 95. So you cannot do that. That's not comparing apples to apples. And I wanted to just point that out. What you see in the blue compared to the green at the top, those shaded cells, the blue are the existing weights in the formula, the existing formula, 50, 30, 10, 10. The green is what we are proposing, which is 50, 20, 15, 15. And so with a common revenue amount for both of these two scenarios, that is where you can actually compare apples to apples. So this is what we see, and this is the output in the actual calculator tool. You can see that what happens when you change the weights to 50, 20, 15, 15. Also going to point out that the capped funding column, that's basically the installation of our 30% cap. If you see a number in that column, that means that that agency reached their 30% cap. And the value in that cell is what then rolls over into the performance and stability fund. So on far right, you can see the difference, basically the change in the current weighting and the proposed weighting in both percentage as well as dollar value. So with this recommendation, just a couple quick highlights here. The two agencies that were most impacted by these weights in our rural cohort were Danville at a 7.3% decline, roughly $73,000, as well as the town of Chincoteague at a decline of 6.8% or $1,300. So Chincoteague is a very small agency, right? So that's why the dollar value is so small. When we looked at these two agencies, Danville was an obvious one. They proportionately provide higher ridership compared to their peers in the cohort, and don't do as well in operating cost and revenue hours and revenue miles. So by taking the 10% ridership, applying it to revenue hours and revenue miles, that's why they saw the dip. I think Danville might actually have our highest ridership in the rural cohort. So that kind of explains that one. Chincoteague, it's kind of the same thing. Proportionately, they provide a higher share of ridership within their cohort, but they operate a seasonal trolley, so they're not doing a ton of hours and miles. And so by increasing the weighting of hours and miles, that's where you see the change. But generally speaking, not a ton of variation. A lot of agencies on this list are, hovering between 1-2%-ish change up or down. And then the agencies that actually make out pretty well here, just going to highlight Pulaski. which would see a 7.1% bump under these recommended weights. And then Bay Transit or Bay Aging would get a 5.5% increase in these recommended weights.
So the other thing, of course, we just talked a little bit about 3-year averaging, right?
Mhm.
These, I assume, are be based on a single year. Do we have a sense of sort of how variability in the 3 years could affect this? Because we may have actually either helped the variability by going at if we go down the path of doing a 3-year variant. Do we have a sense of what that looks like?
I need to double check this, but I think this is a 3-year average. I need to
okay.
double check the math here. That's a great question. Pretty confident we use a 3-year average for this. It's 3-year. Okay, yeah. So it's a calculator tool which uses the 3-year average. So right. So if you, it would be interesting to see the single year, and my guess is you'll see a lot more variation
variability. Yeah,
moving
that's
the
helpful.
weights. Yep.
Brand,
Sir.
I had to have a long conversation with myself about this whole concept. I came out in a very different place from where I went into it. You know, in almost any endeavor, operating cost needs to be reduced. We're not in the business here of spending operating money. We're in the business of providing a service to people. And on the face of it, anything that is focused on operating costs rather than service provided seems to me to be dead wrong. After I finished this long conversation, I even called on Jack Daniels once or twice to help me with it. I came to the conclusion that depending on the situation in which a system operates, operating cost is necessary to even provide what might be regarded as minimal services, a la taking the person to get their dialysis or whatever, is never going to score high on ridership. It's going to score high on cost. And I had to, you know, get over that. Now, I'm thinking about when all of this comes to the CTB, and Maria will be there too, to her sense of this is very important. The assumption that is going to be that, well, we're interested in things that increase service, that are increasing efficiency, and operating costs isn't. Well, that's not exactly correct, depending on the situation. You're going to have to help people understand that before this gets on the table, I think.
Thank you for that. And I will say that it is an important reminder, the whole basis behind the sizing metric, right? Like if we were to just measure cost and performance and give folks performance funding for just having a higher cost, that would be a red flag, right? But in the sizing metric piece, which is 95% of the revenues, we're literally just trying to say, how big is the agency? And so comparing it to cities, right? Every city has a budget. You could say, how big is Richmond compared to other cities? You could take their budget, you could take their population, you could take, there are like 5 or 6 different ways to like define size. And so it's the same methodology here. We're incorporating all of those different metrics. Cost is definitely a big part of that. But yeah, we got to kind of find the right balance behind all of those different measures in the side. Yeah.
I mean, Blacksburg Transit has the lowest cost per passenger of any system in the state. And that is primarily not because it's such an efficient system. It's because it serves a constituency of large numbers going a short distance every day during the week. And we have to be careful. I have to be careful in drawing conclusions because I look at that and I said, boy, this is great. This is the lowest cost of any place in the state. You see it a little bit more when you're looking like in Charlottesville or other university-related places. But it's really the environment in which the system is operating at least as much as it is the efficiency of the system.
I think it is often difficult to make people understand that government often is required to provide services that are essential for the community, but not profit-making, which is why private enterprise is not providing them. And so we have to be obviously efficient in everything we try to do, get the greatest value out of what we're doing, but we can't be held to the same standard of, are you producing a return on your investment? Would be in a way in which a corporation might be evaluated. Yeah, so great point. Maybe you bring that, your friend Mr. Daniels, with you to that CTV.
Careful.
All right. So that's the recommendation for the rural cohort. 50, 20, 15, 15. Okay, now we're moving on to the small urban cohort. Again, some key considerations here as we're looking at the weights. Small urban transit agencies have a wide variety of service models and characteristics. Kind of the one that stands out is that we have some that serve large universities and thus have very high performance metrics, Smoot's point. But then we also have a subset that tend to be more rural in nature and have long trips and relatively low ridership. That's the dynamic going on with the small urban cohort. We do have 2 agencies in small urban that are unionized. We have one agency that's a full turnkey operation, which means that their operations and maintenance are contracted out to a private provider. And then we have one agency that has less annual ridership than the average rural agency. So we have a really small agency in our small urban cohort. FTA provides additional financial incentives to these agencies. In this cohort, if they meet any of the 6 service efficiency and productivity measures identified in STIC. So again, that's the kind of program that we're going to be modeling our performance fund off of. And then modes of service, kind of your standard ones, fixed route, demand response, paratransit, and commuter bus. Okay, so the recommendation that DRPT is bringing forward for the small urban cohort is operating cost 45%. So that's a 5% drop from the current weighting. Ridership 25%, which is also a 5% drop from the current weighting. And then both revenue hours and revenue miles get a 5% increase. Again, that's kind of the theme here is that revenue hours, revenue miles go up 5%. And then we're taking from cost and ridership. With small urban, we're taking from both cost and ridership 5%. So what does that look like in terms of allocations? Again, this is the exact same kind of format with the calculator tool. Looking over at the right, you can see that there's very few agencies are negatively impacted. Blacksburg, town of Blacksburg saw the biggest decline at 5.2%. Actually a healthy amount at $210,000. And then the other one negatively impacted is Harrisonburg at 1.8% down, which is $38,000. Most of the agencies in this cohort are positively impacted by this change. Biggest one being it's actually the smaller agencies within the cohort benefit from this. So you see Bristol, Winchester, CSPDC as well see a modest boost in terms of the allocations. And the dynamic that's going on here, sorry, Brian, you're in the room, but Blacksburg is the biggest agency in the small urban cohort. So If they drop by a percentage or two, that's a decent amount of money that then gets distributed amongst the rest of the agencies. So that's why you see a lot of agencies getting an increase in this scenario and only a couple getting a decrease.
Arguably, though, those agencies would do well in the performance category because of their high ridership.
Yes, and thank you for I meant to point this out on the rural one. Danville, it's the same way. Danville, as I mentioned, has the highest ridership in the rural. And so while they are the most negatively impacted by the weighting change, they are the most likely to get performance funding because their ridership is very good. Same thing applies here, right? So Blacksburg, yes, they would go down the most in this scenario, but they are the most likely to get rewarded under the performance fund, which we still have to talk about, but generally speaking, that's the concept.
I think that's definitely going to be important when you have to put them together, because we may have overspent that performance fund like 17 times over at this point. So I just.
Remember though, we do have a dedicated amount of performance and stability fund because we're taking 5% off the top. So we're not eating into that performance and stability fund yet. But yes, very good point. Cindy.
It was interesting to me that nobody in this group was 30% cap, and a small percentage change, but no, that in the rural, it was just one change. So far we haven't really capped people.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out, Cindy. That stood out to us as we were running these models as well. And then the light bulb went off and we were like, okay, of course, fewer agencies are hitting their 30% cap because it's only 95% of the revenues. Right? If it was 100% of the revenues here, we'd see way more agencies hitting their 30% cap in this step. But that was, I think, the big factor as to why like Blacksburg and Harrisonburg and some of these small urban agencies that generally hover around the 30% cap, why they're not getting capped out in this scenario.
Good point.
Yeah, I'm sitting with Dr. Smoot's comment a little bit here too. I think what you're seeing in this, I think does align with DRPT's strategic plan and sort of our policy goals and objectives, but it is a good discussion for the CTB to make sure those are their policy goals and objectives, Dr. Smoot. But I think what you're seeing again is by elevating ridership per hour and per mile, it's really, again, the geographic scope of how many folks are we reaching, what percentage of the community are we reaching, which does change your operating costs in different ways, like it has an impact, right? And I think it comes through for the small urban and for the rural, where the value of transit is particularly powerful in those communities because we don't have a lot of other options. And these often are kind of essential transit service is connecting people that they wouldn't be taking trips otherwise. They couldn't get to the doctor, they couldn't get to their job, they couldn't get whatever. So having a sizing metric that we really are trying to reflect that we are trying to reach as much of the community as possible. But then we do have the performance piece, right? Which is those systems who are able to do that and generate strong ridership, we do want to be getting at them. And I promise you, we have looked at this a little bit. There still is money there to reward performance. But again, I think that is, you hit on kind of there's a goal and a value there reflected in this, right? Which, you know, we say our goal at DRPT is to serve everywhere Virginia, and this is kind of part of what we're getting at here. So I think it is reflected in kind of what comes out of those numbers, but which may be a policy discussion to have with CTB, but I still think there is value. I mean, that's been kind of a consistent value for us as a Commonwealth in thinking about our transit funding.
So this might be a conversation for stability later, but maybe to put out there, have you guys thought about if there's some magical delta change from year to year that somehow there's a little bit of a hold harmless? I mean, if you saw a variation of somebody either going up or down by X percent, 5%, I'm going to sort of pick a number, if that maybe they may be eligible for the stability fund.
I've talked about that. We will get to that.
I mean, they do go together, but I'm sorry. So that may be a way, right? We can, so while we're talking about rewarding performance, there may be that, as you said, that stability concept may also be another way to smooth things out a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
Yes.
I know I'm jumping to like this afternoon or later today, but yeah.
You'll hear the word anomalies a lot later, because
Yeah.
that's what, anytime we go through a process like this, there may be anomalies. We can't predict every possible thing that
Yeah.
happens, and that is part of that stability conversation. Because even though we're focused here, every time we sat down internally and talked about this, we're like, focus on this, zoom back out to the entire process, making sure that we're jumping back and forth between the two, because it is complicated, but there is a stability element of that, because there may be crazy things that happen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if somebody loses, 7% or whatever, is there a conversation about?
And thinking, what does that trigger? right?
Yeah, does that,
Because
is there a
it's not like, oh,
trigger or
there's not
something
gonna be
that
any
triggers?
impact. but-
The idea of trying to making this simpler, we are not making any of this simpler. I think we all need to recognize that, but making it transparent, I guess, is maybe the other side of it.
That's predictable. If you did the 5% change between the three groups, you'd get about 7 transit operators. There's a couple of 4.5 and 4.2, so maybe 9. Under 10 are seeing the 5% swing. Percentage, not dollar.
I don't want to steal the thunder of the next conversation that we're going to have about how we envision the Performance and Stability Fund working. But just to give you a teaser there, just looking at percentage down or up, kind of like a vacuum, is probably not great, because agencies' service outputs change. You might reduce service, you might increase service. The revenues in our merit operating program might go up or might go down. And so in a scenario where an agency is getting a whole lot less, you have a whole lot less revenue, and they've decreased their service levels, then 7% decline might actually make a little bit more sense. Okay.
For this scenario, though, everything kind of stayed flat, right? You didn't
Correct.
change, so.
Yep. Okay. So the last one is large urban. And so the key considerations here, large urban transit agencies, as you all know, they operate in areas with high populations, jobs and congestion. Generally, agencies in this cohort do have more opportunities than our smaller agencies to influence ridership increases through things like system redesign efforts. These agencies tend to have high measures across the board, ridership cost, hours and miles, much higher than the agencies in our other cohorts. These agencies, some of them, and actually most of them, have access to regional funding sources. We talked a little bit about that at the last TSDAC meeting. We have the most, or the greatest share of agencies in this cohort that are unionized. And then we have much more diversity in terms of the modes of service provided in this cohort. In addition to those traditional ones, we also see BRT, light rail, and ferry in the large urban cohort. So the recommendation that we are bringing forward is to have 40% operating costs for large urban. So that's a 10% reduction from the current formula, keeping ridership at 30%. So no change there. And then the 10 that we're taking out of operating costs, we're equally distributing it amongst hours and miles. So again, the hours and miles, I keep hammering this home, hours and miles is 15-15 cohorts. It's just the change in operating costs and ridership cohorts is what we are recommending. So what does that look like in terms of base allocations? With this one, you actually see the least amount of variation. Focusing on those who would decline the most from this, PRTC at the bottom would go down 1.9%, which translates to roughly $173,000. And then you also have City of Fairfax at down 1.5%, which would be $23,000. Those who would benefit from these new weights include Valley Metro in Roanoke, second from the bottom, at a 4.2% increase. And then City of Petersburg, I think, is the next one. Oh, no. Loudoun County. They're at 1.8%. It'll go up 1.8. ERTC, 6%. Yep. So yeah, thinking about performance and how, again, we have some revenues over there. The same might apply here. It really just depends on how we're going to define that performance fund. We have some ideas, but we think that those agencies that could be potentially negatively impacted by these weights could be positively impacted by a performance fund. We have a lot of details to sort out with that. But generally speaking, again, the least amount of variation between agencies. Most of them are right around 2%. Okay, so that was policy decision number 2. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if this could be left some time for discussion. There's already been quite a bit of discussion. We are miraculously, I think, right on time to the minute. I don't know if you wanted to take a break. We can have further discussion, talk about the recommendations.
Well, you want to take about a 5-minute break, 10-minute break, just to mull these ideas over. Okay. All right, we'll do that then. We'll take a 10-minute break. Okay.
Head spinning yet?
Yes. Not easy.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Just brings you a little break.
And it's, they always say, never, two things you don't want to see made, sausage and policy.
That's right.
Something like
That's
that.
right.
And it does seem complicated, but I do think once we work through the challenges, I think we will be able to
sort of what I would love to recommend is any decisions are made based upon that feedback. That's helpful. Mr. Chair.
We had just talked about the possibility that, we wanted to provide some direction to again, Noel suggested that we will still have the opportunity to hear what the performance and stability impact would be, but that I guess my sense is that it's important to kind of give a something for people to say, well, this is what we're thinking, react to this. And if we don't do that, then it just kind of keeps going round and round. Would be my concern about that. I think there's no question that we want to get feedback in as many instances as we can, and the VTA provides a great opportunity for that. We have a short time frame between this meeting and the next one, which would be the ideal time to react to any kind of messages that we were getting out of those consultations that are still opportunities. So I guess I would hope that we would at least say, here's what we're thinking. Tell us if you think there's a problem.
That's fine. I apologize. I've just been distracted by some other stuff. I
Sure.
apologize.
Chair, to Noel's point, is it possible to kind of like leave this pending parked, then do the performance stability conversation? And
Well,
then
sure.
come back?
I think that's certainly reasonable to do. Yeah, I think that was Noel really
I think
suggesting that.
we can do that clarification. We won't have any numbers as part of this conversation today because we won't have numbers on the performance side until we solidify the numbers here because the calculations build on each other. So I think just knowing that when we get to the performance side, we can't give you numbers on that yet. This is more today focused on the structure and how we propose to do it and the factors that go into what will eventually spit out numbers, but we don't have numbers to give you today to add those two things together. That we will have in June. That's still helpful, hopefully, as we're getting along. So we're still gonna have 95% of the numbers to build on from here.
A specific question related to this. Did you all run for like taking it to 60% costs since there was a lot of feedback? Too
Yeah,
much variation?
we ultimately wound up with just keeping it at 50% cost because when you basically increase cost, if we were also trying to increase hours and miles also, then ridership goes way down, and then the Danvilles and a bunch of agencies really saw a significant decline. So yeah, we ran that model. It was not bad, but that's the reason why we did not move forward with it, because of the significant variation.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments, Brian?
I think on the surface, what I can see, the predictability is evident. Because this, even if we go through this formula and then the agency does not receive any performance funding, there is at least a base level that they can sort of predict and bank on getting. Performance is going to be sort of icing on top, where the current formula it's up and down when you start factoring in that performance metric.
Well,
I was just going to say, it sounds like I think most of us seem like we're comfortable with moving forward with these percentages as a placeholder to then start the next discussion, recognizing that if we see any, major concerns from conversations at BTA, that we reserve the right to come back and look at those percentages again, but to move forward today with the rest of our activity. Doesn't sound like anyone has any major concerns about those.
anybody else have? You want to say?
No.
All right.
Okay. While we're talking about feedback, just a quick plug and a reminder to all of you, as well as those listening into the meeting. We are always accepting feedback. We have a website, the TSDAC web page on the DRPT website has a public comment box, so we're always accepting those comments. But then also we've created a feedback database. So the feedback that we hear at the cohort workshops, just conversations, whether they're phone, in person, we're trying to capture everything that we possibly can into a database so that we're logging everything. So we're going to continue to build on that. If you don't want to submit a comment via the website, just reach out to myself, really anybody on the DRPT team, and we'll make sure to capture that.
If I may, Mr. That database is actually quite impressive. We've got a significant amount of information from everybody involved in this. And right now it's a little on the rough side. We're fine tuning it, but I think at some point, once we get through a little bit further in this discussion, I think we're happy to share it with you all so you can see what came in and how we were tracking everything, because it's a pretty robust and it's a good way to really discuss and see how the evolution of the conversations went over time. So we're happy to share that at the right point.
It does seem like the overwhelming reaction you got was that the vehicle miles and the revenue miles numbers had to be moved upward across the board. Everybody said that was
One of the groups.
And Sheriff, I know that was before anybody saw the numbers.
Mhm.
So I think because we talk about service and usage, that's a value point, but we need to get the stakeholders to now react to the numbers.
I will say that was what came out of the workshops where they were playing with the calculators. So they had seen numbers and they were kind of looking for themselves of how they were faring with that, right? So I think that's where they saw,
To know the timing.
yeah, of even the, playing around with different, increasing, operating or not. That's where I think that, the team came back to me and said, hey, folks were playing with this. They're looking for their own interests. And in doing that, there was this consistent thing of increasing the hours and the miles they felt, the operators felt had a more beneficial overall. Like some folks had a different view, but I think that was the general consensus. But they did have the work, the tool that they could see the actual numbers. It wasn't
Now
theoretical.
operators will see either the DRPT recommendation or where our project is.
Yeah.
All right, great conversation. All right, now into policy decision number 3, which is the performance and stability fund. So now, again, you've seen this graphic a handful of times, very familiar, I'm sure.
Starting to look more like Rube Goldberg.
Well, this slide just shows what we're talking about here, where this conversation falls into the process. This is again, the 5% off the top revenues combined with the 30% cap revenues. We're hoping to bring a recommendation to this group on how the performance and stability fund will work at our next meeting. So this is really just teeing up that conversation. Okay, so we are though going to be, we were kind of thinking through how policy decision number 3 is going to work. And we felt like we actually did need to make some recommendations to TSDAC to kind of set the foundation of the performance and stability fund today. So we are bringing forward 2 recommendations for policy decision 3A, which is to answer whether or not the performance and stability fund should be cohorted. I can't remember if we talked about this at all at the last meeting, but that was a question that came up. And 3B is, should agencies who hit their 30% cap be allowed to get performance funding? And if so, should performance funding get capped at 30%? Okay, so this is
30% of what?
So right now in the formula, we have an across the board 30% cap. No single agency can get over 30% in terms of allocations compared to their previous
Total operating.
Of their total
budget,
operating
right?
budget.
Yes.
More than
What
30%.
this is saying is, do we want to still have that? Okay. There might be an argument here to go above 30% if it's just for performance. If they're getting performance funding, basically it could exceed the 30% cap. So that's the big question we need to answer here. And I know you all know this, but I put this at the bottom here. These are not all of the policy decision number 3 things. We're gonna have like probably 4 or 5, maybe 10 at the next meeting. So this is just kind of the preview to that. Okay. So diving right in here, policy decision 3A. DRPT is recommending that we cohort the performance and stability fund revenues using the exact same distribution percentages as defined in policy decision 1B. So we already came up with the high level number revenue distribution split, 81 to large, 12 to small, 7 to rural. We felt as we were kind of doing the math and running some scenarios and looking at the numbers, we felt like it was important to reserve some performance and stability funding for every agency to have access to. If you don't, if you lump it together in one pool, we run the risk of the really, really large agencies gobbling up almost the entire performance and stability fund if they're a really, really good performer. Wanted to make sure that we, kind of the note at the bottom, that we ensure that each cohort has a proportional share of funding to reward good performance. We felt like this was really important, and that serves as the basis behind this recommendation. So I will quickly pause.
So can I ask a question about, for each of those cohorts, was there a similar percentage remainder that would go into that performance and stability fund?
From the 30%
Yes.
cap.
Right.
In the models that we ran, I'd have to go back and look. I'm not sure. It was there. I will say that there just was not a whole lot of 30% cap revenues because again, it was 95% more revenues.
Right.
So we were seeing far less hitting of the cap in the sizing metric now because it's only 95% of the revenues. It's not a ton that's spilling over and getting added to that 5% off the top.
I think small urban had no 30%. Large
Yeah, I
has one.
It's fairly
I
small.
know it's a math real quick.
Rural.
Yeah, so large urban, we're talking in this scenario, it's 106, almost $107 million is available and only $40,000 is spilling over once we install the 30% cap. Large urban,
It's like
small urban, we have
127.
nothing is spilling over into the 30% cap. And then rural actually sees the most. I don't want to rewind too much here, but to Cindy's point made at the very beginning of the meeting, 6% of the revenues is generally what the rural agencies get. We made the decision to give them a little bit of a boost to 7%. And so that's why more agencies are hitting their 30% cap in the rural. But it's still $88,000. So not a ton compared to the $9.1 million.
So Grant, and check me on this, in round numbers, there will be about $6 to $7 million in the performance fund total.
Yeah, it's roughly $1.2 million per percentage. So it's, yeah, roughly $6 million, I'd say. And then it's variable. It will be variable how much is in the performance
Sure.
and stability fund year over year because it relies on how many agencies are hitting their 30% cap. But as we're seeing, it's not a lot of agencies hitting 30%. So roughly 6 million is probably a safe number.
Yeah, that's what 102. So it's almost like
Yeah.
a rounding
Yeah.
error.
Yeah, it's not that much that's spilling over.
I'm sorry, just for a sec. So you said the total pot would be 6 million. And then
6 million is the 5% off the top.
off the top. So then kind of, we talk about rural, small urban, it'll be a percentage of that.
Yeah.
And we also, just to confirm, we haven't figured out what's for performance and what's for stability yet, right? Okay.
No, we'll get there.
All right, no, that's fine.
Okay. Quickly, sorry, jumping back to the recommendation here. Just wanted to leave some time for any additional reactions to this. And it's just using the same splits to just ensure that every cohort has access to performance and stability fund. Not hearing a whole lot of heartburn. Sorry.
It's probably because folks are still trying to chew the whole
Yeah,
thing, so
I know it's a lot.
it's hard to know if the elephant tail is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, policy decision 3B. So DRPT is recommending that agencies who hit their 30% cap in the sizing metric, which remember, there was like 5 agencies total, I think, in the scenario that we ran. We're recommending that they are eligible for performance funding. So an example here at the bottom, agency A gets capped at $500,000 is their cap number in the sizing metric, but they get an additional $50,000 in their performance allocation. You combine the two, and they actually get above their cap, which is 500. They get $550,000. The whole concept here is that every agency should be incentivized to strive for good performance. If we allow, or if we are strict with that 30% cap, basically the agencies that hit 30% cap in sizing, there's really no incentive for them to change anything. Right? They're maxed out just based on sizing alone, and likely will be for a long time. So this is why we wanted to allow for agencies to get a little bit of sprinkle on top, to Brian's point, for good performance. Pause if there are questions or concerns here.
Not seeing any.
I know this is still kind of in the abstract because it's like, how much are they getting above the 30% cap? That's obviously something that we want to keep an eye on. So this whole thing is iterative. We can come back and revisit, but we do think that this is a good policy decision to always allow for reporting agencies.
Here, I'd say I do like that if somebody's hit the 30%, they still can. I do like having the kind of consistency and transparency so it spreads so well. And do I remember you had a question about whether how much somebody gets from performance is capped? Was that
Yes. Yes, so that's really like
another policy
kind of a
question?
two-part question, and that question might actually be for the next meeting.
Okay.
But I think what Cindy's getting at is like, you can install the 30% cap after the sizing metric, which we have in here. We allow agencies to even compete for performance funding. That's what we're getting at here. But then there's another question of like, do we want them to be capped in some way at the performance level? So it wouldn't be a 30% cap installation, it would be something else. But we're going to get into a little bit of that, tease it here in a few slides, I think. But that is a decision that we are going to have to make as a group.
Those 4, 7, 10 other policy questions. Huh?
Right.
Who is the owner of the 30% cap? It's not legislative.
No, it's in CTB policy. It's not legislative. So the CTB is the owner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Take a deep breath. All right. So the concept gets a little bit more confusing, unfortunately, and sorry to intimidate you all with more conceptual graphics here, but we did want to just incorporate what we just talked about into the concept to show the full picture here of how this would work. So you all are familiar with everything from 30% cap to the left. That's what we've already talked about. We're going to be cohorting the performance and stability fund, and then we have that distribution 81, 12, 7. And then everybody basically gets both not everybody. Everyone gets a base allocation. But then some agencies, depending on how we define performance rewarding, gets sprinkles on top, performance allocation. This is now the full concept. Hopefully we don't have to add anything else here to this graph. You can see the stability considerations bubble around everything. We have saved that for the end because as we've been thinking this through, We think it is very important that we run the entire model formula before we look at stability considerations. You don't just want to do it in sizing, because what if they get all this performance funding and there's nothing that you need to stabilize, right? And so we wanted to do the full formula first and then go back at the data and be like, are there anomalies in the outputs with the formula? And that's where we would then potentially have to backtrack to a step, make some tweaks through stability considerations. Again, I'm going to put a pin in that one. You need to talk about how that would work. That's a very important step here. But that's generally what we were thinking with that stability considerations model. Okay. Oh, yes, Dr. Smoot.
Grant, how vulnerable is the revenue cohorting percentages pure political assault? In other words, if we had to stand up in public and say, okay, and I'm just making up this example, okay, large urban's getting 81%. Talking to somebody in a small county somewhere, I said, well, this is just a giveaway program. How vulnerable are we to that kind of discourse? In other words, how true is it?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we feel pretty comfortable. I mean, we've kind of walked through some past meetings, right? Like the percentage break is reflective of kind of where we have been. And again, it's informed by, we're allocating funding. Ideally, separate and apart from anything, it should be, how many riders are you carrying? How big's your service? What's your cost, right? Well, it happens to be that the big urban areas, it is more expensive. They tend to have more riders, and these factors are in here. And so kind of the split is comparable to those cost issues in the service that we're seeing. And again, it's informed by, as we've looked back over the last several years, it's consistent more or less with where we've been. If you recall, we actually have been giving 82% to the large urban. So we've kind of bumped up a little for the small folks from where we've been in recent years.
And to what extent does that generally reflect the population?
It largely reflects population, because our large urban is where most of the population is in the state. And again, we tend to see higher ridership in more heavily populated areas, right? So it is the congestion relief that we're giving. It's providing people multimodal options. It's all that stuff. But they are both most populated, but also a lot of economic activity happening in those areas. And it is.
You responded very well.
And it is data informed. It isn't our just like, oh, we
Exactly.
love
It
large
is data
areas,
informed.
let's do large areas. It's
Somebody didn't just make
100%
this
data
up.
informed.
We just recorded that.
I think the key point that you're shifting from 6% to 7% is a critically important component of that. If anything, it's showing more commitment to providing transit in rural communities.
And I know this will be a next part of the conversation, but as you were describing, Grant, the stability considerations that we have to go back to, that also impacts the pot of money, because if we've allocated it all on, then we need an anomaly, there has to be a process somehow to pull some of that money back out. So just to flag that for putting a pin in it, we evolve.
Have to figure out the mechanics of how that would work.
Or the contingency or reserve or.
We have some ideas on it.
Lots of ideas on how to do that.
But Dr. Smoot's point, with this decision to cohort the performance and stability fund, we are really doubling down on these percentages. They become very important. It's literally every dollar is cohorted. It's not just 95% of revenues, everything is cohorted. So we do need to be very confident in those splits for sure.
If I could just, if it can come from reserve or some contingency, that helps the performance stability, actual transparency and predictability, because if that 5% could get skewed because of anomaly, then we've introduced instability back into the stability. So just a point as we think through the process before we have numbers.
I think you're going through the same thing that we all have gone through internally as well. Is like we can't predict all the different crazy things that may happen, but at the same time, our goal has been build as much predictability and stability through the 95% as we possibly can, hopefully with the goal of minimizing the need for using the stability elements too much. And hopefully stability like crazy things, a government shutdown, a pandemic, things that are so beyond everybody's control that we would have to use that fund up just on stability. So there's going to be some safeguards in there, but trying to get as much as we can there. So we're hoping to not have that as a default use for the fund.
And if I could just piggyback on that, I think, again, kind of if we step back from the very colorful Rube Goldberg sign here. So the bulk of this is to get us to that 95%, right? And the goal is Brian, you were mentioning this earlier, we can preview for that for you. So you have a sense for the next 3 years, what would you anticipate getting in a steady state, right? Like, okay, assuming nothing crazy happens, that's sort of what you get, you can program on. And I think the other thing, while we did see some variation, and I don't want to minimize that because I'm sure for folks who've lost funding in that, you don't ever want to lose a dollar. But in most instances, it was pretty modest decline. And when we looked back, when we started these conversations, when I joined at least at the beginning of the year, we saw some agencies year to year, we're having a 12% change, a 14% change, a 19% change, I recall was one of them. So we have less volatility here than where we're starting from. And that's a year to year volatility. And so again, I don't want to have the expectation that nobody's going to see any change whatsoever from what you're getting right now, because then why did we even go through anything, right? But I think we've minimized where we think the amount of change. We're trying to bring in stabilization. So if you know 95%, and then again, there may be situations where some agencies are impacted and we'd want to deal with that. But again, we're trying to be performance driven. And so for those agencies that really are delivering good performance, we do want to provide an incentive for them to be able to do that. And we know some are already doing that. And again, some of those, the sizing formula was sort of not giving them any credit for the good performance. So the performance then becomes, okay, if I know I have strong ridership numbers, I'm probably going to likely be getting a performance boost every year, unless something happens. But so I think I just want to kind of step back and remind us of kind of where we're at going into this. We have already minimized the wide swings. Some agencies, again, this is just running these numbers, so it might be, I'm not going to predict the future, but just kind of looking at where we're at, I think we have made some important improvements as we go into this last discussion.
And I think it's right to believe that this is the most localized form of transportation that the Commonwealth is involved with. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. But if you went out here and stood by the interstate and identified where all the trucks and cars are from, generally speaking, they ain't from around here. Okay. These folks that use these services are generally from around here, wherever here is.
Great. All right. So now we're going to quickly pivot. We're going to dive a little bit deeper of the performance concept. And then we're going to, after we talk about performance, we're going to talk about stability and then kind of conclude the merit operating discussion. Mr. Chair, we can stop here. We built in some time in the agenda to have this piece of the conversation carry on after lunch. I believe lunch will be here probably in the next 15 minutes or so. But we can stop whenever you want to break for lunch.
Let's,
All right, so we'll get through as much of this as we can and then, okay, so performance concept here. So, yeah, we're talking about the 5% performance and stability fund plus the 30% cap revenues, which isn't a whole lot, roughly $6 million. We want to reward agencies for good performance. So the first thing that we have to do is, what performance measures do we even have available to use, right? Based on all the data that we currently have access to. So we have listed all of those performance measures on the far right column. Those are 7 performance measures that we currently can calculate with existing data. I'll flag the very bottom one, passenger miles traveled per revenue hour, passenger miles traveled per revenue mile. Those are only consistently collected by our large urban agencies. Bottom row is only really available for the large urban cohort, but everything above is available for all of the cohorts. So like we did for the sizing metrics, we wanted to do the same of like, what are we really measuring here with each of these performance measures? So operating cost per revenue hour, operating cost per revenue mile. Those are cost efficiency measures, and they measure purely how efficient a system is running, regardless of how many passengers they're carrying. It's just cost per hour, cost per mile. How many passengers are on the bus? Irrelevant, but it's measuring cost efficiency. Operating cost per passenger, compares the cost of providing the service to passengers. How many passengers are actually using the service, right? So it's a little bit different than the cost efficiency. This is a cost effectiveness measure. And then passengers per revenue hour, passengers per revenue mile. These in the industry are typically referred to as productivity measures. And so it's how many passengers are you getting on your vehicles or trains or whatever it is per unit of service provided. It's a productivity measure. And then at the very bottom, again, getting to the PMT, the passenger miles traveled per revenue hour, passenger miles traveled per revenue mile. You don't see these measures as much in the industry, so it's trying to fully understand it, but they both are service utilization measures, and they examine the passenger load of transit service. Still trying to wrap my head around these two measures, to be perfectly honest. The per mile, the passenger miles traveled per revenue mile does make logical sense. For every mile that, say, a bus goes, how many passengers on that bus? And it's just easy math from there. The passenger miles traveled per revenue hour is a little bit more tricky, right? Because you think of, everybody is familiar with miles per hour. This is passenger miles per hour, right? So like, I think speed also kind of, I started to look at the data behind each of these measures, and speed does come into play here, because how many passengers are traveling, like the miles, per hour. So the faster you're going is actually benefiting you. So you actually see our commuter services that are using highways and interstates are performing better with that measure. So just something to think about. Each of these have nuances.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was about to ask how this is affecting commuter.
Yes, yes. And I will mention that the data for all of these performance measures for every agency in Virginia you have in your printout. Okay. So I printed out, though we ran the numbers. It is a single year of data. So it's using FY25 data. And you can start to see how every agency does within all of these different. Let's take a look at that. And we can certainly provide that as a electronic document as well. I should also mention all of this data, I think maybe with the exception of passenger miles traveled data, is posted on our open data portal. So all of this is publicly available data anyway. We're just kind of condensing it for these specific performance. Okay. So now I'm gonna get us back into conceptual mindset here. And I'm gonna bring back up the stick model that FTA uses. I'm gonna try to walk you all through this graphic very slowly. It's very abstract here, okay? So I want everybody to kind of just understand how this works. So at the very top, the top row are the measures. And first of all, I will say, this is just fake stuff, right? The measures are just showing for visual representation. Hypothetically, we could say the small urban cohort, we're going to select 4 measures. And those measures are passengers per hour, passengers per mile, cost per hour, and cost per mile. And then in the second row, we set a target. And that's a performance funding threshold target. We're going to have to likely identify what that target is. It could be simple math. It could be more of a policy decision, but we have to define what that target is. Once we do that, once we define what the measures are by cohort, what the target is for each measure, then we're just using the data that our agencies provide to us. So in this example, agency A has 9 passengers per hour, 4 passengers per mile, it costs them $85 per hour to run service, costs them $9 per mile to run service. And so you can see the targets, these arbitrary kind of fake targets that we put in here, kind of highlighted in green, the targets that agency A hit, right? So they did not hit passengers per hour because 9 is under 10. They did hit passengers per mile because 4 is above 3. Cost is an inverse relationship here, right? So you want to be a lower cost, not a higher cost. So agency A's was $85 per hour. So they did not hit that target, but they came under the cost per mile, the $10 per mile target. They hit that one. So they got 10 or 2, excuse me. And so this is just basic, the data, you compare it to the target. You can very easily identify how many targets each agency hits based on the measures that we select. This is the model that STIC uses, FTA STIC uses. They set their thresholds differently. I don't think we would want to do this. They look at the national average for the largest agencies, and they basically reward their small urban agencies who exceed the national average for the large agencies. So that's a little bit of a different dynamic. We're kind of envisioning us to look at existing data to determine what those thresholds would be for each measure. But the key here is we have to define the measures within each cohort. And then after that, we have to define the threshold for funding. Once we do that, the targets hit over there, we could technically cap, and this kind of gets at what Cindy was talking about earlier, we could technically cap the number of targets that an agency could hit. You could say, we're going to cap it at 3, and there are 5 performance measures, but you can only get the benefit of 3 if we want to really keep things more stable, I guess. Or we can have agencies hit all 5 and get the benefit of all 5. So those are those are decisions that are going to have to be made in June. Not making those today. No recommendations come for you on that today. But I did just want to leave some time here for you guys to ask some questions about how this kind of works, just conceptually.
Earlier, you broke the measures out by expense, usage, and service.
Yeah.
So if I look at these, would passenger per hour, per mile fall into usage and the others more expense?
I'll lean into our consulting team with the technical answer here, but I think it's just very different. Hours is how much service you're putting on the street.
Yeah.
Passengers per hour is how productive are you with that hour that you're putting out on the street? Like how many passengers are you actually getting in return for that hour? So it's just a different measure.
Grant, is that like per vehicle What?
It's per revenue hour. So a bus goes out for an hour,
A bus.
a single bus. So if 2 buses go out for a single hour, that's 2 hours. 3 buses go out for each for an hour, that's 3 hours. And that is industry standard. All of our agencies are calculating their revenue hours, because it's a federal definition also, of the cumulative sum of the revenue hours provided by every single bus, train, ferry, whatever it is that's out on the street.
Not the system.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
just-
collectively, you add it all up.
Just to pick one, let's look at the small urban subtotal. 18.6. Now, what does that mean? That there are 18.6 passengers per hour on each bus in that system, or for the total system?
The math behind that cell, 18.6, is we added up every passenger in FY25 from all of our small urban agencies. And then we added up all of the revenue hours from all of our small urban agencies for FY25 and divided those 2 figures. So it's the cumulative total of passengers within the small urban cohort and revenue hours within the small urban cohort. We looked at average as well. This is not an average at the bottom. We do have that number, but average does tend to skew a little bit when you have outliers. And also in the current formula, we used cumulative totals. But we decided not to use the average at the bottom.
So that's the target, as you're saying, 18.
No, what they're referring to is the printout at the very bottom. It's just a comparative measure, is like, how are they doing? How is each agency doing for each of these metrics compared to their cohort subtotal for that?
Interesting way to think about what's the cap or what's per. Since I'm not an operator, you all have figured out long ago. Can you help me understand, if we're trying to do performance measures at this point and use the stick as a framework, which I like the logic and consistency, because we have 3 potential things that are all cost related, and we just did cost as a big part of sizing. So help me understand, like, how does this get to the performance, which is why I was asking about usage and service and not just expense.
Yeah, others feel free to chime in here. But because we know that this is all the performance measures that we have available to us.
Right.
This is the menu. We can't venture off from this. We can condense it, but this is everything that we have available to us. We're not yet coming to you and saying all 3 should be included. But I think as we're kind of thinking this through and looking at the data that you all see in front of you, each agency is kind of hitting different types of targets. You got some agencies that do really well on cost measures because they put out generally lower cost service than their peers. But then you have others that really benefit on anything with passenger miles or riders, right? So anytime one of those data points is included, they do really well. So as we're kind of thinking this through, because every agency is different, cost profile, their ridership profile is different, there could be an argument here as we're looking at what measure to use for each cohort, just use all of them. And so that way, every agency is kind of like, they're reaching for the things that they generally do pretty well in. We don't have to go that way, but that is something that we've started to talk about internally. There may be a benefit in doing that, because all of these measures here, well, all these on the right, like, you can set really good reach targets for every single measure based on the data we have available to us. How we define those thresholds and targets, we're going to have to figure that out very soon. But yeah, I don't know if that answered your question at all, Cindy.
Starting to help it evolve.
Grant, could you give us an example of what cost efficiency might look like. Like what could an agency do to score well in cost efficiency? I see cost effectiveness, your costs remain the same, but you have more passengers, you can do better.
Yeah.
Your productivity, kind of same thing. You're delivering a certain amount of service, the more riders you're serving, the better. But for cost efficiency, what is something that an agency could do to score well in that?
They could keep costs flat somehow and provide more hours or miles. So your cost per hour and mile will be much better if you do that. You could lower costs, which is very hard to do, and keep your current service levels. That's generally just how the math works.
Yeah.
I mean, it's way more complicated than that because in both those scenarios, that's really hard to achieve. But like trying to minimize your operating cost and maximizing how much service you're putting on the street, that's how you do well with that.
This is tough because
Yeah.
labor is so important to transit. This would probably be where if your maintenance costs aren't out of control, that's probably one way. But I mean, otherwise, so much is around your labor and personnel. It is tough, but it just kind of, maybe you avoid overtime by having certain things. Yeah, it's hard.
I think it's just helpful to kind of think about what potentially people could do to attain some of these goals. And yeah, that one seems really challenging given the state of affairs. You know, I guess like we're about to get a new fleet of vehicles. We know those vehicles will be more fuel efficient than our current ones, but the cost of gas is not within our control. So you kind of lose some of the efficiency there. But yeah, I'm trying to think of how much like legitimate control an agency has to make large gains in that category. Maybe that's something we consider when we think about the weighting of these different metrics, is like how much you could get in a performance boost from them, as in relation to how relatively possible, I guess, it is for an agency to achieve that.
Yeah, so everybody will be hit by rising gas prices. But if I'm dealing with some construction projects in my city that are slowing down the traffic, that's not something that every other agency is going to experience.
Yep.
Well, Grant, help me a minute. I'm struggling with this. Let's pick on Blacksburg since it's in my district.
And your
Forget
GM is right
Winchester
here.
down here, which is close to zero, but anyway. You're saying that the Blacksburg system carries 3.9 passengers per mile,
Yes, sir.
and that's from sun up to sundown, or however long it operates, of course. So when I see a bus literally with 150 people on it, at that instant, that number would be 150 at that instant.
So you got to remember that it's the cumulative total of the passengers that Blacksburg Transit gets divided by the number of miles that their buses run. So it's not like you can't look at it and just be like, they have 100 passengers on their articulated bus. That would be a very crowded bus. But you can't just say, okay, well, how are they doing 3.9 per mile? Because you don't know how many miles that bus is traveling. So it's you're looking at passengers, you're looking at the miles that the service. I mean, Brian.
The other routes also.
I think one thing that's going to help you, Ray, is we operate two drastically different service levels. Our full service, the most buses, the most passengers with students, tech, which is about 8 months out of the year. And then we operate a totally different service, which is about 60% of our regular service during the summer and breaks. So your passenger per mile when the students are there are going to be much higher. When the students are not during the summer, it's going to be much lower. But when you look at it overall, they're coming more toward the middle, is why that number is like that. I can quote the passenger per hour off the top of my head. When the students are there, it's about 100, the average, 100 passengers per hour. When they're not there, It's in the teens, like 15 or 20.
And then again, it's the revenue hours. So there are some hours of the day, you might be providing revenue or you might be providing service, but you don't have a lot of riders, which I would say we have highways across the Commonwealth that have large portions of the day with no traffic on them. No one seems to be asking why we are investing in those empty highways, but that is a conversation for another day. But it is looking over that long span. So again, there are certain hours where you have packed vehicles, certain hours where you don't. I will also just kind of put out, if it's all right, Mr. Chair. I'm struck here, as I look at this, I'm not sure that average is actually what we want to use. I feel like median might be better because we have some real significant outliers. So I don't know if the team thought about that and why you've stuck with average
The
over
bottom is
median.
not, the bottom is the summit.
Okay. Because I was like, we've got some real outliers here that
Yeah,
it might be.
averages are very sensitive to outliers, so
Yeah.
that's why we decided not to.
I mean, some people would look at this and ask the question, why don't you just buy them all a car and save a lot of money? The truth is that in the case of Blacksburg, which has 3.9 passengers per mile, the highest in the group, by the way, that is many different people at many different hours of the day. So you couldn't buy the 3.9 a car and save money. You'd have to be buying hundreds of cars, maybe thousands of cars.
And they'd be clogging up that road.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
right.
It's gonna take a little
Yeah.
help to get people thinking about this.
And then think about the elderly who maybe shouldn't be driving.
This is all good
Or
perspective
whatever,
because
because their doctor's going to work.
the transit folks who look at data all the time, we see these numbers and like, this is typical, right? We see 3.9 passengers per mile. That's like really, really, really good in the transit industry. We see 40 passengers per hour. That's really, really, really good in the transit industry. But for someone who's not used to seeing this data, you're not sure where, like, what it means or what is it good, is it bad? So I know it's going to take some time.
Yeah, and we have to be mindful that many people stand on the side of the road and see empty buses go by. One person on them, that's the driver. So they take that and unfortunately try to create a scenario out there that all this mass transit stuff is just a big waste of money. There got to be better ways to do it. I don't buy that. Partially because of learning through this experience. But those people are out there and they are noisy.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Do you think it's also helpful to at least indicate trends, positive or negative, when it comes to these measures? So to your point about not understanding what are like good numbers for each of these measures, we've had this before where even understanding if it's desirable to be decreasing or increasing, that may also be a good way to be able to help for larger audiences to kind of understand what we're trying to achieve when it comes to some of these performance measures.
Yeah. Maybe, are you getting at like, take the small urban cohort as an example? We see the subtotals at the bottom for each of these 5 metrics, but are those figures going up quickly? Are they going down across the state or across the cohort? Like what's the fluctuation or variation?
Or even just understanding that the goal that when you're looking at some of these measures, the cost efficiency, do you want those costs
Oh, you want it down?
down or going up?
Back to your other.
Yeah, so like here you see the targets. So for us, we understand what those values really mean, but to anyone outside of kind of being a technical staff, do you understand that 75 is a good trend to achieve or to exceed? Or are we trying to go below in that threshold? I think that's also something helpful to understand in terms of performance measures of just understanding what.
It does get confusing.
Yeah.
It's the inverse. You want to be low with any cost measure. You want to be high with any other measure, basically.
I think that's, when you verbally described it for me, it was helpful. When I go back to look at it, I've lost track of which is supposed to be the good and the bad. That kind of got to a question I was trying to formulate in my mind, because when I look at the 37th slide where we have the performance measure chart, yeah, that one. I was also trying to think back, Maria, to where you started with what's our goals or what are our outcomes? So which of these, since I'm
Right.
not a transit operator, helps us get to the, what you articulated in your opening comments? That would help
Yeah.
me kind of noodle through this. as
Well, and this is where I think there is important policy discussion that TSDAC will have a view on, the CTB will have a view on. And I think it will be helpful in the VTA conversations, which I'm sorry I can't be part of because it's literally the same time as CTB. So Dr. Smoot and I will be there. But I have some concerns from a DRPT perspective to say, oh, let's have everything and anybody can score against anything, because I feel like that's not really performance in some way. So I do think I'm very interested to hear from agencies. What do you think is the most important? I'm interested to hear from localities and riders. What do you think is the most important? And I think we also need to think, I'm always aware of our fiscal stewardship of like, what's getting us kind of the biggest bang for our buck, right? As a state agency. And I know we have some CTB members who feel that way as well. So I think like figuring out what's the right place to land that's consistent with our policy goals and truly is helping agencies be able to strive towards good performance, or keep doing the good performance that they are doing, because we have some that are doing that. But I'm a little nervous to say like, here's a whole menu and, choose off the entire menu, because I think we lose the state policy objective in doing that. But
Yeah, I think one of the things that just sort of mindful of part of it is trying to get my brain on a lot of this is the sizing does reflect some stuff. So sort of thinking through what gets chosen in this space. Are you double counting? And maybe there's a policy reason. It's like, oh, we like this measure so much, we're going to make it even more. I just want us to be mindful of, are you rewarding those who are already getting rewarded, or is there something new or different? I think the thing that's interesting, at least for when we talk about the larger systems, the PMT stuff is stuff we've never been able to touch because we don't have that data for the rurals. I think it's an interesting conversation to dive into some of the PMT stuff. Again, I'm not sure where it goes, but I think it's an like as I hadn't obviously seen these printouts before, but when I look at those that may have had some challenges in the allocation, they actually potentially could get the reward for things that are not being captured in the allocation about the passenger revenue miles per hour and passenger or PMT per hour, PMT per mile. So I think that's an interesting, it's like, what's the new in addition as compared to what's the duplication? But again, until we start running the numbers, I don't know what it looks like. So.
Yeah, a very good comment. And I should also mention that most of these measures, maybe with the exception of service utilization, because PMT data is a little bit more challenging to capture. But most transit agency boards, councils, whatever, like these are typical KPIs. The transit agency should be aware of these measures. It's not like just DRPTs putting them out there. These are kind of common metrics used in the transit industry. And again, most of our transit agencies are looking at these figures for their own agencies every month to see how they're performing. Just wanted to.
I just realized something. So the small urbans do not do PMT?
Some of them do. I had to dig into the FTA regs here. Some of them do, some of them don't. There's a 30 bus cutoff.
Ah, okay.
And so
that's helpful to understand, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So that's why it's only on the mark.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Okay. So. Maybe, I'm guessing lunch is here. I'm thinking that maybe before lunch, we do the interactive activity. And then Chair, if you want to break, if we can break after the activity, does that sound good?
Sure.
Okay. All right. All of you have a printout at your seat. You're going to do exactly the same kind of method as last time. QR code, you can scan the QR code. It will take you to Mentimeter. You'll need to type in your name just so we make sure that we have all the responses. Results will be shared anonymously. And what we're gonna do here is, we're gonna ask you to rank the performance measures for each cohort. Which one is your favorite for each cohort, second favorite, third favorite? And then just click submit, and then we're gonna come back to you all. You have to drag and drop the metrics. So if you have some trouble, once you're in Mentimeter, need some technical assistance, just let me know. But yeah, it's a pretty simple polling. Just want to get an idea of what metrics you like best for each cohort.
Are those metrics the same as you have on this chart?
Yeah, we've lumped them into categories. So it's like, it's really productivity, cost effectiveness measures, cost efficiency, and service utilization. So yeah, take a few minutes, fill that out. Yeah, and you can fill it out over lunch. When we get back from lunch, I will share the results with you all. Okay.
Mr. Chair, are you okay if we break for lunch now?
Sure, that'd be fine.
Thanks. Bye. That's great. That's what I have to do.
Okay, back into session, and Grant, it's back over to you with the results.
All right.
It's dramatic
Big
technology.
reveal. Woo. All right, results are in. So you all, first of all, thank you for doing the activity with us. The top ranked performance measures by TSDAC was cost effectiveness measures. Number 2, cost efficiency. 3, productivity. So just as a reminder, I'll go back here. Cost effectiveness, operating cost per passenger. Cost efficiency are those cost per hour, cost per mile. Productivity being passenger per hour. Not surprising, honestly, that the cost measures are top 2 and productivity is the bottom. See, for small urban, flipped. So productivity, top 1, cost efficiency, number 2, and cost effectiveness, number 3. Last but not least, large urban productivity remains number 1. Service utilization, this is the one with passenger miles traveled, remember. PMT per hour, PMT per mile, that'll rank number 2. And then most of the cost measures, effectiveness, 3, and efficiency. Very interesting. Anyone want to share their reasoning for rankings? Not?
Reiterate my comment from earlier about cost efficiency. I think in the rural sense that maybe there's some more opportunity for agencies to have better goals with cost efficiency. They're running smaller vehicles. Their labor models are probably a little more flexible with demand response and some of those models. But I would really caution away from cost efficiency for the smaller or large urban, given how hard it is for any of those agencies to control the factors. I would worry that we would be promoting decision-making that is dangerous if you're trying to cut costs and the only options you have for that is your labor or your safety or your maintenance. Like, you certainly don't want to cut any corners on those areas. And I think for small and large urban, those are some of the few places where you could actually attain cost efficiency. And that would be maybe not a great thing to incentivize.
I think I put productivity at the top of my of the 2 urban, certainly, and primarily for reasons related to values like reducing traffic congestion and encouraging more people to utilize for modes of transportation.
Right. Anyone else want to share thoughts?
Right. We're gonna do the same exercise at the cohort workshop.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. So we're gonna have this interactive activity at the cohort workshops. We might try to do some more interactive polling at those workshops. Maybe at the BTA conference next week, we'll see what we can come up with. But yeah, definitely going to do this at the cohort workshop as well. Okay, so that wraps up the performance discussion for today. A lot more details that we got to figure out with this, but we did want to generally catch you guys up to speed on the framework and the concept that we've been thinking with that. So now we're going to pivot. The final piece of this big puzzle is stability considerations. And so, so a few notes here before we kind of get into some more details. We want to remind everyone, I mentioned this earlier on, but we really believe that you have to run the full formula all the way through first in order to identify anomalies. And then we can backtrack and make some changes with stability funding. But it's just really important to go all the way through. The example I mentioned earlier was that you don't want to just look at sizing, be like, oh, there's an anomaly in sizing, because that agency, in theory, could get a lot of performance funding. And so there's no need to give them stability funding if they're already making up for any losses with good performance. So that's why we felt like we needed to run the whole thing all the way through. So a few more notes here. Second bullet point, we do believe that the proposed formula will already help address most of our stability issues, specifically the implementation of a average. I know it might be 2, it might be 3, something else, but hypothetically a 3-year average with the sizing of metric data could really smooth this whole thing out a lot more, make it more predictable. We feel like that is going to have a major change when it comes to variation. Will be much fewer variation year over year by implementing average data set. And then also another one, just removing the trend adjustments. We feel like that's going to add predictability here too. The trend adjustments are a little hard to understand. They're a little unpredictable because it's not raw data. It's whether you're up or you're down, and whether you're up or you're down at a higher or lower rate than the statewide average up or down. So like that is just really hard to wrap your mind around, but we do think that that is one of the reasons for the unpredictable nature of the curve. Important to note about stability funds, and just like the goal of what we're trying to accomplish here, stability funds should provide a backstop to cover anomalies in the formula, not guarantee agencies a certain level of allocation. Very important. We're not just looking at, did this agency drop? If so, we need to get them back up. It's like we're really looking for an anomaly. Why did they drop? Was there a good reason for the drop? Did all of our revenues fall? Did they maintain service levels? There's a lot of questions that we need to figure out when we see drops funding year and in allocations year over year. And that's what the final bullet point here is what I was just kind of getting at. Agencies' allocation should not significantly decline relative to the overall merit operating funding if their output metrics like ridership hours and miles remain relatively steady. If an agency is getting the same number of riders, they put the same number of revenue hours out, the same number of revenue miles out, and the total merit operating revenues are flat or even increasing, an agency should not drop in their allocation. That is the big red flag, that sort of scenario where that's like an anomaly. And what happened with that agency and their data? So we're going to take the next few slides and kind of wrap up the merit operating discussion today by just kind of setting a framework for how we think this stability funding could work. So again, after the full merit operating formula has been run, the idea here is that DRPT will look for anomalies using a set of questions as a guide. And if anomalies are identified, DRPT will contact that agency to just understand what is going on with that agency's data. So we have a few examples here listed on this slide and the next one, and we'll walk you through what just a hypothetical scenario of agencies dropping with their allocations and some of the questions that we would be asking. So example 1, agency A's transit service is contracted out to a private provider. Agency A rebids their service contract and issues a new contract that includes a 15% increase in the cost per mile. Well, agency A needs stability funding. Okay, so the ultimate answer here is maybe. We need to know more. So some stability questions that we want to ask. Did the agency's allocation decline by more than 5%? I know we talked a little bit earlier about having some sort of threshold to kind of put on our radar. We're kind of thinking 5% seems appropriate, could be something else. But certainly if it's over 5%, they're on the radar. Okay, so if they're over 5%, or they dropped by more than 5%, did that agency's allocation decline at a greater rate than the merit operating revenues? So what we mean by that is, let's say agency A, their allocation declined by 7% compared to the year before. Well, if the merit operating revenue declined by 7% or 8%, nothing to see, right? Everybody's fallen down mostly. But we do want to be mindful that like again, just not in a vacuum. We don't just want to zero in on agencies' ups and downs year over year. It's how much funding do we have available as well factors into this. And then another stability consideration here, did agency A's allocation decline at a greater rate than the agency's service output metrics? Yeah, this is kind of a little hard to think through, but service output metrics being, revenue hours, revenue miles, technically include ridership as well. We want to see, did their ridership decline? Did their hours decline? Did their miles decline? Did they decline at a different rate than the allocation declined? Because if an agency's, again, the agency A in the hypothetical, they get 7% decline, if their hours and miles decline by say 6, 7, 8, 9%, well, they cut service, right? So they probably do need to get less. That's like a justification. So these are not just the only questions. We just kind of threw these up as ones that we definitely want to ask whenever we see someone that is dropping significantly year over year. But this is just a hypothetical example of the stability considerations. A couple more we wanted to, examples that we wanted to bring to you all. So agency B experienced a catastrophic weather event that caused them to suspend service for an extended period of time. As a result, their hours, miles, and ridership declined significantly. Will agency B need stability funding? The answer is maybe, right? It really depends. We got to go through these questions. How much did they decline? Was it over 5%? Did they decline at a greater rate than the operating revenues that we received? Did their decline, was their decline more than the agency's service output metrics and the decline there with revenue hours and revenues? So again, kind of the same running list of questions here. And I'll conclude here with a third example. Agency C is a small agency and their executive director left for another job. Agency C was unable to fill that position for many months, so their costs went down, but their service levels remained flat. Well, agency C needs stability funding. But this one, most likely, their costs went down by a lot, but it depends. Like, did their allocation decline by more than 5%? What about the merit operating revenues? Were those up or down? Like this one is the one that we see more often than not, I believe, an anomaly, where it's just their costs declined, and this is more relevant for really small agencies that have small staffs. And so the executive director is a pretty high share of the agency's cost. And when there's a vacancy, but they're able to keep ridership and hours and miles consistent, we feel like an agency should not be penalized for just having a vacancy at the top of their agency. So we feel like this is most likely yes, but kind of depends. We would need to kind of see what that decline looks like and see how they respond to some of these questions. So that, I know that's a little squishy, right? With stability funding, it's kind of, we're trying to anticipate as many anomalies as we can by coming up with that list of questions. But I think Alan made the point earlier, there will always be anomalies that are unanticipated. We can't predict every possible scenario under the sun. But we do think that if we have a running list to help guide us, then that will at least set a framework for us, I guess, helping an agency with some decline. So I'm going to go back before we have a discussion here, just back to this, right? So, and this gets back to the model. How we envision this working is that we would run the whole formula. We would then look for those anomalies, right? If we see an anomaly, what we would do is we would come back to the performance and stability fund within the cohorts, and then DRPT, we gotta probably put some parameters on this, but we do probably need some discretion. We would assist that agency that has that anomaly at that step before we then run the performance figures again. So stability is getting considered before performance, and this is how you're not having to reserve money to the side for stability. You're basically taking it out of the performance and stability pot, and you're providing it to backfill anomalies before you do the second wave of performance allocations. So the first wave is really just to identify the anomalies. If there are no anomalies, then we're good. Formula's done. If we see an anomaly, multiple anomalies, then we got to backtrack a step, try to fix an agency or help them get to a more reasonable or manageable level. And then we run the performance allocations again. So a modified performance allocation, which means that the reward is a little bit less for every agency that gets performance funding.
What level of funding would be considered enough to stabilize?
We got to figure that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the type of anomalies. That's where I think we've been struggling with how we frame this. Is like the type of anomalies may be really big or may be really small. It's impossible to know. And we tried putting numbers on this and trying to figure it out, but it's literally a case by case basis. I think that's why the point that Grant made earlier is like, this is going to be very much a very coordinated conversation between us and our grantee, because we need to understand what's going on, because there may be reasons why their allocation dropped that are completely justifiable. We're not going to just backfill somebody just for the sake of a number change.
Well, especially if one of these decisions is more than 5%. So if somebody comes in at 4.8, they don't get to play for it. If they come at 5.1, they will. We want to be mindful that we're not overcompensating. Yeah.
It's the
Right.
guardrails as opposed to the hard and fast, because
Yeah.
there's going to be some value judgments that we have to make. And I think part of our language, what we're thinking is the director of DRPT will have some leeway to make these judgments because of what the situation is, based on the reality and based on the facts and based on that conversation with the grantee. So we're fully understanding what it is. So we're making an informed judgment, is not unilateral. But we have the wiggle room in there to make sure that we're making the best possible decision for the overall program, but also for that grantee and understanding what they're dealing with.
I'm just going to make a sort of side comment here. Apparently folks who are watching online don't know who's speaking, and so I'm going to try to call on people.
Okay.
Cindy Mester.
Thank you, Chair. A question and a comment, I think. You said that the scenario you most often see is the executive director, somebody at the top. And while we can't put a lot of numbers to it, since that's the one you most often see, is there a range or a sense of magnitude? Like, are we talking $10,000 or $350,000? Because what I'm afraid of is all of a sudden we have all these anomalies and there's nothing left to do performance incentives off. So then my other comment or question is going back to the wonderful matrix. Could you not run the performance metrics first? And if they're made whole and that anomaly goes away, you don't do the stability versus doing the stability and then you go back and everybody gets less performance money.
Yeah, no, I think the proposed concept, that is what we would be doing, is run the whole formula, including the performance first. And then we're looking at the actual allocations, we're comparing to the year before. And then if we see someone that takes a dip on greater than 5%, they're on our radar. And then potentially we need to go through those questions. And if it is an anomaly, then we go back, make the adjustment, and then we run the performance again.
That's the part I didn't quite capture, that nuance then. So are you rerunning the performance metrics for everybody in that cohort or just?
It would be everyone within that cohort. It wouldn't have to be everyone, because we have cohorted the performance and stability fund. So it's just impacting those agencies within that cohort. Yep.
And
Which tries to
range of dollar amount that you would think executive director vacant for 6 months?
I wouldn't even venture a guess, because it could literally be someone is gone for 6 months and that's literally just like half of their job to do, and it's a $20,000 impact or a $400,000. I think there's no way to put numbers on it. This is exactly what we struggled with. Like, can we put some precision on this? But this is not a precision type of
I guess I'm not looking for
Scenarios
provision
here.
going forward, but if that's the most common experience, do you have some past data to?
Well, and
Dr. Zimmerman.
thank you. Thank you, Chair. So yeah, again, with your question, Cindy, I was looking at the earlier data, knowing that's just 95%, right? But we don't have a lot of folks on that who have a 5% or greater impact, just looking at the 95%. Those who do, some of them we said before are likely candidates to get a performance bump, so they might fall out. But those that have it, again, not that this is gospel, but just in terms of the difference, it's relatively small. It's like, who am I looking at? Blacksburg. Say you did not get a performance bump, Brian. Your difference is 5.2% from what you had been previously, which is $210,000. So out of the 6 million, again, really not apples to apples. I'm just kind of looking rough scale proportionally of what that is. If it's a big agency, if it's, Fairfax, PRTC, Hampton Roads, and it's 5%, that's a lot of money, right? So I think to Alan's point, it kind of depends on who you're talking about and the size of the impact. If we had a situation where like COVID, everybody's impacted, then again, we kind of all ships are falling at the same time or whatever the right metaphor is. That was a horrible metaphor. The tide. The tide. Thank you, Kate. But so yeah, but it is a good question. I think we could run some scenarios on that. And I was also thinking like, is 5% the right amount? Because like it should be a notable trigger. So we were kind of looking again at the data of what the shift was, and it seemed like, given our new formula, 5% is kind of a fair trigger, but we can go back and look again. Past experience, we had much bigger fluctuation. So kind of making sure we land on that the right way of getting an appropriate trigger to have a sense of like the stability fund isn't that we would want to utilize this for 30% of agencies. It really should be a pretty small targeted number that would be impacted. It should have, could have, would have.
Like large urban, looking at your example, there's nobody at 5%.
Yeah.
Small urbans have, looks like the biggest 11.5 and 8 sprinkled to 5.
And again, this might have been a year where there's no anomalies, right?
This was just our new formula.
Yeah, exactly.
Not actuals.
Yeah. So it's imperfect, but I was like, okay, we do have some data. What is
So, well, I don't want to interrupt if you've got some other information on it. I was just going to say one thing that I'm concerned about a little bit is just the idea that we have this 5% performance number, and we're now introducing the stabilization to it. And I wonder if there isn't maybe a means by which we could build up a separate stabilization fund that could be utilized in future cases without impacting the performance funding. Maybe if there were, for instance, I don't know, a surplus in that 5% performance at the end of the year, relatively small surplus, maybe that could be then moved over to a stabilization fund that could be utilized in future years. But just a question.
I think there's a lot of ways we can slice and dice. We have to go back to the zero sum game as well. If you carve something out, that's less for everyone. We did talk about like how you can roll things in different ways. Depending on like the 30% cap, it's not really a whole lot, at least in this example. But I think that's something, if that's something that I think the group is interested in, we could look at what some of those options could be.
Is that Nicole? Noel, sorry.
Could you run the risk though, conceptually, of having a fund grow, sit there like perhaps trip, where then we wouldn't utilize it?
Yep. then that is potentially that, because if you, I mean, it's good to have a kind of rainy day type of fund, but then do you have ways where then you have to cap it? Then what number is that? And if it gets to this amount, we'll keep this and you roll money back in. We're trying to, even though it looks like a complicated drop a Plinko, drop a dollar in and let it go across, I think it's still, we're trying to keep that as clean as we possibly can. I think that's part of, again, with this fund, we can look at what some of those policies are, where we're not getting into maybe dollars and cents, but are there some policy guidelines for the director to have that kind of get at some of this without the precision, that maintains some flexibility? Because there may be some really crazy things that happen we need to address because it's so fundamental, or something like, wow, there's no anomalies. We want to get as much performance money out the door because we want to reward as many agencies as we can for meeting this performance. Those are the pros and cons. We go back and forth, and we've had this numbers versus policy versus numbers versus policy, and where do we land? That's why this conversation is really helping inform how we move forward with a recommendation that ultimately goes to CTV.
Mr. Chair, I say one of the things,
Hypnotize.
thank you. One of the things that we saw obviously this year with the SIP was close out of old grants. So I think that's an interesting concept of, because if I understand correctly per code, what it was intended to be used for has to go back to that same pot. So that is an idea. Could be where there's a year where you can actually use, or maybe there's more available in these areas because it's been deobligated. So I don't know if that, instead of touching what's the formula allocation as provided by the revenues, but is there a reallocation opportunity with closed out? You guys know the flow of money better than I do, but that means you're not messing with the core money from the revenues, but actually with some surplus you may have in that year because of deobligated.
Talked about that there is a provision in code, and it had to be during times of statewide economic distress, if things really like overall needed stabilizing, that we could move money from the capital merit fund or special to operating.
Right. No, I was literally talking about what you did this year, right? You obviously were able to close out grants and reprogram.
That's a capital. That was just in capital. Yeah.
Okay, it was only capital. I thought we saw an increase in operating. Okay.
There's
We moved it from capital.
As I said, sounds like you have some flexibilities in how you move money.
Yes, we do. That is good.
And so that's Zach Trogdon. Where we go now?
Yeah, that is it for merit operating. Again, we have a lot of work to do in the next 3-4 weeks.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Alan, yes.
Thank you. So going forward, as we start working on the performance side of things, I just want to clarify that because we still have other outstanding ways we're going to get input regarding those sizing metrics, in order for us to move forward with building that next tool to be able to calculate what it looks like, their intention now is for us to use the numbers that DRPT has proposed for the moment in order to be able to go to that next step. So we have to have that base 95% calculation happen before we can then do the next step. So I just want to make sure we're very clear, but those numbers are still subject to more input and finalization, but we need something to work from right now.
Let me ask if somebody would be willing to introduce a resolution that essentially endorses the utilization of these formula for the purpose of gaining additional information and feedback for final approval at a subsequent meeting. Is somebody interested in doing that? If Paul. Any discussion?
Cindy Master.
I was leaning till you put that question on the table to us not taking action, not doing a straw vote, and just saying, bless you, DRPT, go off with what you recommended
Yeah.
and get the feedback. Now that does kind of apply, we're not disagreeing with it, but
Well,
it's not
right.
like a formal.
Well, yes, I understand that.
motion, whatever.
I guess I'd say that I think it's important for us to kind of signal whether we think there's a fatal flaw to this this proposal, or whether it's something that seems like it makes sense moving forward. And that we're recognizing that we may make adjustments in it based on the feedback we get from these subsequent meetings. But I really am concerned about not suggesting that this, at this point, makes sense to us, and that we'd like to go forward with at least an expectation that this is the thing that people ought to be focusing on in order to determine whether or not it makes sense from their perspective.
If
I
I could
think-
follow up, I could agree with that if it's similar to how we did the percentages before, because I know Brian had some questions on the cohorting, and so it was a straw vote. It wasn't a formal vote, subject to come back to input. So I guess my vote could live with it if it's considered a straw.
Well, I think it was more or less based.
That's partly to clarify the motion intent,
Yeah, I think that we've
because
said.
we haven't
we
come
are-
back and re-voted on the cohort percentages either,
Mhm.
because we're letting it all come together.
I represent BTA. I don't think I have the information to put on as a vote. I think this is great to keep moving forward. I look forward to the feedback next week, but I don't think I feel comfortable voting on where we are today, because that was part of I walked in saying, I want to learn more and I want to learn more over the next week.
Right.
So I would not feel comfortable voting to support what's being proposed. And
Yeah,
because
I'm with Kate. I would.
I think I'm with Cindy as far as like concept. We need to sort of move forward in some fashion. We have to have something to move forward. Yeah. I think we're at the point I'm not seeing anything that I'm identifying as a fatal flaw to be fleshed out coming weeks, potentially if there is, but I think I'm comfortable, much like the cohort percentages. We should proceed.
Paul, would you like to go ahead with the vote, or would you prefer to pull it back? Resolution.
I guess for discussion purposes, I'll just add, I do think that to what the chair is saying is important that we as the TSDAC say that, pending no major disruptions that come out of the next stages of this process and pending further input that we get from our peers, we endorse this moving forward, and that we want to move forward to the next step with these percentages, that we don't see any problem with these percentages yet. And I think that's really the only motion that I was trying to move forward today, is that if everything worked out in the rest of the formula, that we are all comfortable with these percentages. That the discussion for us at this point is closed pending no other anomalies that come up and later in the process. Because I think it's important that we indicate to the public and to the other agencies providing feedback that this part is mostly sorted out, and that we're not opening up this can of worms that in the remaining public input periods that we could go back to the very beginning and scrap all the work we've done so far. I don't think that would be feasible for the timeline that we have. So I think that by making a statement that even though we're not voting to officially adopt this as policy, that pending no major changes as a result of the public comment or the next stage of the formula, that we would be comfortable with these percentages.
Anybody else? Yeah.
I would say that I could conceptually agree with most of what Paula just said, but you are a little firmer on this is our decision pending something catastrophic. And for me, I'm still absorbing these percentages for policies to ACD. I think 2A was okay. Till I see the numbers in the next step. So for me, if it's a straw vote, I'm endorsing the concept, but I want to still be able to
yeah.
get to 50%.
I guess I just want to
So how strong is this motion?
distinguish between us, figure out where the line is between a straw vote and saying basically we say, go ahead with this formula, and folks concentrate on this to see if there's any problem with it. I don't think we're really that far apart on what we're asking for here. I don't think anybody in the room is saying, if we hear complaints that, no, this is really a formula that doesn't represent the best interests of transit, then obviously we're all going to be in a mood to come back and revise it.
So I guess my question is why do we need to vote on that?
I think we need to send a signal that this is what we want you to react to.
I would be willing to amend the motion to say that we vote to give DRPT the, guidance or authority to move forward with these percentages for the next phase of analysis. And maybe that's the language where we're not deciding that we're okay with it, but that we are okay with giving them instruction to move forward with analyzing based on these percentages.
I really am looking forward to VTA's response next week. That's why I didn't want to preclude a conversation with the folks that really.
We call this definition as a straw vote, and I can live with it, because I do appreciate moving something forward. But just like other people's input could change it, I feel like my input and TSDAC's input could change it, and it just sounded a little bit like we blessed it. The other thing is, if we don't have a unanimous vote, which at this stage is okay, I hope at the end of the day we get there. I think that's okay, because it sends a message, it's still under consideration. We're not 100% there yet. So
Yeah.
I would be okay if it was split vote, and I can live with. The amendment?
I would find a split vote to be confusing to people. Is there really disagreement that this seems to make sense? And again, I think what Paul is suggesting is certainly less than the vehicle that I suggested earlier, but I think it sends a good signal that yes, this is the thing you want to be focusing on and seeing if it makes sense to us, or we need to go back to the drawing board.
Valid points. Here I could vote yes. New motion on the table. I don't know if it's really amended, but
Somebody wrote it down. I hope. It's usually the challenge in these environments.
All right. So I think what we're saying then, Paula, if I can paraphrase your motion, that we are supporting DRPT going forward with this formula to gain further information from transit operators and to bring back to TSDAC at our next meeting. That makes sense? Okay.
this is policy 2A through D.
Yeah, I mean, we technically brought 3A and 3B to you today as well with recommendations.
Well, let's go with this first and see.
I want to clarify what I'm voting on.
All right.
I feel like my governing body right now.
All right, so should we go ahead and vote on this item? And I'll just ask for vote by hand. All those in favor of the motion?
I can't see us on the screen.
Okay, so all members are voting in favor. Any opposed? Obviously not. No abstention. All right, so we've taken care of that for now, and we are ready to receive whatever information comes to us from VTA and other sources. Please feel free, those of you who are online, to communicate any concerns, questions, or issues that still remain in your minds. And now let's talk about 3A and B.
Fine, right?
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
next question.
Director Zimmerman.
Thank you. So a question to staff. Do we need to get consensus today on 3A and 3B, or do we feel the discussion that we had today was sufficient to enable us to continue to play out some scenarios?
Well, will say 3A, I think is kind of a
Is
critical
important.
decision point. Now, we can take what we heard from you all in the last vote and just continue moving forward, assuming that we're doing that. But that is going to have a major impact on the scenarios that we run
Right.
and the ultimate allocations for those scenarios. 3A is a very big one. 3B
Because-
to a certain extent.
What's the committee's view on this then? Is there
I
any,
believe it makes sense because it allows each of the different cohorts to get access to these funds, because it could be possible, as the director pointed out earlier, a big agency could literally just take up all those funds. And so by having a pot for rural, pot for small urban, and a pot for large urban, sounds like an equitable way to approach it.
okay, yes?
Oh, I like the consistency aspect of it, going for the same percentages as we did to designate the cohorts at the beginning.
So do you want to say anything firmer about this? Or say that we endorse moving forward with this 3A?
Okay, you want to make that motion?
Oh. So just A or A and B?
Well, A and B would be fine.
Okay, so we didn't actually discuss B, circle back on B, which is, should people be allowed to get, even if they've hit their 30% cap, should they still be allowed to be rewarded?
Yep.
I don't see any issue with that. I think that seems reasonable, but
We'd be leaving a handful out, not encouraging.
I think that I think we made progress on the first part of that sentence, but I don't think that we've talked enough about whether performance funding should get capped at 30% for that second part of that. But I would be comfortable with saying that for 3A and then the first half of 3B, that we all seem to be in some consensus on that.
that's a good point. Thank you.
Ray, did you have something you wanted to say? No. Okay, so we have a motion then to,
What do folks think about, no matter what, should the total funding be capped at 30%? Is that what we're trying to?
It's saying should performance funding get capped, right?
Yeah, so 3B, and sorry, we probably should have gone into this in a little bit more. 3B, it's a two-part question. One, should agencies who hit their 30% cap in the sizing metric, I should have put that in there, be allowed to get performance funding? And if so, actually, this whole thing is not, it's not worded right.
okay, so why don't we just
second
say
part
with 3A?
We
then?
can table that one and we'll refine that. The intent here, it really should be honestly be 3B and 3C. I think it should agencies who hit their cap in the sizing metric be able to get performance funding? Yes, no. And then a separate one is, should we cap agencies in the performance funding at 30%? Like hold that line in performance funding. So it's two different aspects, like the 3C.
Say you could get 110%. You know how your kids at school sometimes have more than 100 or their GPA is 4.6 and you're like, where'd that come from? And it would be like, nope, you just have a 4.0. So if you got a 4.6, we're not going to count the 4.6, but it's that cap, if that makes sense. I think that's what C is getting at, right?
Yeah, and 3C gets a little bit more complicated. If we were to say nobody gets over 30, if they're getting to 30 in performance, we take the leftovers, then we have to reiterate. And we're in this reiteration thing right now, unless we carry that money forward into the next year. That's another possibility. But we're hoping to get away from the reiteration, I think, with this whole thing. So that's one downside, is to just like set a true 30% cap in the performance pieces.
So. Question.
Ryan? Yes.
If agency is hitting 30% in this, the first step of it. Sizing, yes. I want to say stability, but that's wrong. So if they're hitting 30% in the size, and they're allowed to get performance, how would, if you had a 30% cap on performance, how would that work? What is 30%?
Yeah, that's why 3B, the wording of it,
Okay.
we should have refined that. because if you're hitting 30% on the sizing metric piece, that's 30%. They're like, if we're allowing you to get performance, then you're clearly going above 30%. So yeah, the wording on this was not, apologies for that.
Could I recommend that maybe we take this, what 3C, and add that to this discussion in June when we start talking about the performance metrics themselves and bundle that in with that conversation? Because I think that how that shakes out and how you would be potentially awarding dollar amounts based on metrics achieved, this probably better suited for that conversation. Because it's hard to conceptualize what a cap on performance should be until we know what people could potentially be eligible for under those metrics.
So we could stop at 2, give performance funding, period. The next of it drops to 3C.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think it's tricky, Chair, because I agree with Paula, because right now we're doing 30% of 95%. And then we have to say, okay, you can get more in performance because we want to incentivize you, but how would we figure out what that next cap is? Get to 100 so they don't have a GPA of 4.6. Without making it too complex. And I have to say, I don't want to re-edit the process again. We got rid of that in the old formula. Let's figure out another way.
Or we just say it's okay to have 4.6.
Exactly. Or it's our stability fund, 1% contingency.
30% isn't gonna, the value of 30% isn't gonna change because it's based off of the operating budget.
Right.
Not the 95%.
30% cap.
Well, not the way this is worded, so that's
Yeah.
part of the clarification.
So 30% cap is set for every agency based on their most recent audited financials. So if they spent $1 million last year, they will not be able to get over $300,000. That is how we.
Point earlier, that is a CTP policy, and if
Correct.
we want to figure out a way to incentivize it, maybe it's 30%, but you get another something. You have great performance. So I agree that that's the statement now, but your point is the CTP policy. We can recommend. But to Paul's point, we need more info.
All right, so we are gonna vote on 3A
3A and our revised 3B.
Yes.
and our revised 3B. And so we're just taking the first section of 3B.
Period, right here.
Okay. I'm sure the folks out in the viewing public don't know what that period is, but
We'll make sure the meeting minutes are clear about this discussion, very clear what the motion is and what exactly.
you might just
we're-
mention the word.
Would you like me to
Correct.
say the motion so that
Sure,
those
that would help.
So, based on all the great input over on this side that started the motions, I will move 3A to be approved that performance and stability funding would be cohorted, consistent with our other percentage breakout. And as part of 3B, we agree that agencies who hit their 30% cap be allowed to give performance funding, period.
Okay. All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. And it is unanimous. Okay. All right.
I hate to backtrack, but I was looking at our 2 policies, and this may still be okay, but 2A wasn't the percentages breakout. I got to get back to that slide. Anyway, thank you for getting there quicker than me. It sounded like we had consensus on the 3-year for the sizing metric. We kind of endorsed it, but we didn't specifically call it out. So I just wanted to say, since we did a definitive vote on 3A, did we want to just keep the straw vote on 2A till June, or if people were comfortable? Solve that one. I think it was the percentages for the cohorts that had us. I just put it out there, but we
Okay.
don't have to go back because we still have to talk trip. I realized we were pretty clear consensus, I think.
Ryan, did you have something you want to say? It's a pleasure.
I think that we could just move forward with that, with 2A being part of our original vote, saying that we're okay with DRPT moving forward and using the 3-year average for the next phase of analysis.
I think it already encompasses.
Yes, just wanted to be intentional. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Okay. All right.
Wayback Machine.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Frank. Now, Evan.
Grant Morristown, Evan. So,
This is less quantitative numbers. Everyone again, I'm going to be speaking on kind of your I'll be going over policy recommendation for TRIP based on what's in the legislation. Right. Here's our policy pyramid again. Just as a reminder, we're focused on developing policy recommendations for Commonwealth Transportation Board. So I'll be reviewing program concepts and eligible projects for the program. On the left is the revised bill text. And again, as a reminder, the major changes for this are regional activity projects are now available across the Commonwealth. There's no more urban restriction. There's a new category, innovative approaches to micromobility, paratransit, and other specialized transportation. And I get to work with you all in developing program guidance, and we'll review it every 2 years. So what we've heard thus far, basically TRIP has changed over time, gradually, incrementally, as needs for transit agencies have changed. It's provided additional funding for passenger amenity bus stops and public safety projects, as well as capital and operating support for regionally significant routes. Most comments of what we heard focused on the TRIP Zero and Reduced Fare program, including a request for the potential for continued support for fare-free systems, and then if there's a way to improve support for rural agencies considering. So this slide provides a summary of our proposed changes for the 4 TRIP program categories. First, passenger comfort, which we call the mono passenger experience, we're workshopping the name, is combining the old passenger amenity and public safety categories into the single passenger comfort category. Next, we have a new definition for regional significance now that urban restrictions removed. We have some concepts and potential projects for the advanced mobility innovation category. And then we're proposing retaining the definition of low income for the Zero and Reduced Fare program, while also extending applicant or project eligibility, looking into that a bit more. So TRIP regional connectivity, the bill text informs us this should be for encouraging the identification and establishment of routes of regional significance. Previously, this was limited to urban areas of the Commonwealth. Our proposal is to define regional significance as routes or service areas that address regional travel needs as described in a plan or study at the regional level. We see the benefits of this. It permits applicants to define significance for their region and their service areas. It's agnostic to mode, so this will provide support for commuter bus or microtransit or fixed route. And it also ensures regional coordination and support by making the project identification and a regional planning document or study a limiting factor for eligibility. I'll pause here now if there's any initial comments or thoughts on this.
Thank you. Any concerns, questions?
Makes sense.
For eligible projects, our proposal is to keep all the same eligible projects the same. It's just in administering this program, we're proposing kind of reorienting these to include the improvement or expansion of funds with regional significance, and then splitting that into projects such as implementation of integrated fare collection or enhanced passenger amenities, which would be standing CTB guidance, just recontextualized under the capital and operating budget concepts. So nothing changes with regard to eligibility, but this provides more flexibility for applicants to fund other improvements not explicitly stated.
and also reorients the guidance towards established concepts that we work with in the merit. Moving on to the new project category, there's a lot of text on the slide. We're calling it enhanced mobility innovation to encourage innovative approaches to micromobility, paratransit, and specialized transportation. The bottom left shows our initial program concepts defining innovation as testing proof of concept for new technologies, which is our current understanding in the demonstration program. Defining micromobility as small, lightweight, human-powered or electric vehicles operated at low speeds, which is VDOT's working definition. And then paratransit is defined by the FDA. Comparable transportation services required by the ADA for individuals with disabilities who are unable to use fixed route transportation. And then finally, specialized transportation, which we've defined in our Coordinated Human Service Mobility Plan, is eligibility restricted transportation services for targeted populations, which can include older adults and people with disabilities. For eligible applicants, we're proposing the same eligibility as all the other programs, but adding local governments for instances where there might be interest for this program where they're not receiving state operating assistance.
Question, how, looking at these, I see these as some things that the opportunity to be part of DRPT's demo program.
Yeah.
Can we talk a little bit about what would make something unique for here versus in the demonstration program?
This is something we've been thinking about a lot.
Good. I did not know that, but anyway.
Since there's dual eligibility, I feel like it's based on topic area. Essentially, it depends on how we administer it, but I'm thinking there's one way we could do it where everything comes in through demo, and then if it's eligible based off these topics, it could be shifted over like we do with the merit shifts. Or this could remain its own distinct program. So
is there a difference in local match or size? Okay.
With over the summer.
You must have been listening into our conversation the other day.
Clearly, I must have been, but I didn't know. Thank you. Because I think those are the kind of things that will be helpful to know where people should be applying for different things, right?
Evan, I will say, so this is Tiffany Dubinsky. With demonstration in this category here, I want to highlight that it is focusing on like the micromobility, paratransit, specialized transportation. Demonstration can be new transit service in general. So it can be for like a new fixed route, new express route service. So it's not just honing in. There is another component in demo that we've always funded with like microtransit, which has been innovation and technology. So that's why there's a little bit now with this introduction of this new category, there's now dual eligibility that we're exploring, but there is a potential that we've seen of a pipeline. So you can go in through demo, get a couple years under that, and then pursue it under TRIP to have as many years of state funding as possible you could support. So there is a flexibility that we can be able to determine based off the type of project to be able to fund it for multiple years, just kind of depending on the nature of the project itself.
So thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany.
If I could add, Chair, because we enjoyed spending time with TSDAC, we have also been talking about perhaps next year, we might want to have some conversations around the policies of some of those other programs. So stay tuned. The exciting sequel.
So much. To that point, did the state code align the 3 years? Or can they be staggered?
That state code. Yeah, on the 3-year review.
Yeah, but is it the same 3 years as the merit?
Maybe for TSDAC to review
And do
things.
we have to do TRIP and merit on the same 3-year cycle, or they could be staggered?
The way it's written is we could literally do this every year. We have to do it a minimum every 3 years. So we can do it more frequently.
John, are we doing this every year? I'm just thinking that once it gets up to place, it would be nice if merit
Just to
was
add to
one-
Madam Vice Chair's perhaps, not having them all in the same year, then we go away for 2 years, but maybe there was a staggering opportunity. Because, yeah.
Unique about the enhanced mobility innovation category are potential new types of eligible projects that DRPT hasn't worked on recently, such as regional mobility hubs to help coordinate human service transportation, innovative approaches to first and last mile connections, or other innovative approaches to supporting the mobility of Next, Zero and reduced fare, which is for supporting the establishment of programs to reduce the impact of fares on low-income individuals. We're proposing no changes, keeping all the same eligible project types as this time, but based on feedback, we're looking into how to provide continued funding for system-wide zero fares, if that's feasible, how that would look like. I believe that leads into some questions. If before getting into the questions, I'm also happy to just discuss the zero fare.
Well, could you just remind us, because I understand it's a step down and it's over so many years. So how is it currently now?
It's a 3-year step down, starting with, I hope I get this right this time, 80% state funding in year 1, stepping down 60 the next year, then 30. And then there's a final 4th year for system-wide zero fare projects where we provide no state match. So it's 80% is like the merit capital match. And then 30%, it goes down to cap of state operating support. I think that's the concept that led to those numbers. Yes.
So I know you guys are considering the request. Do you have any framework for what you're considering, or is it still?
Fares, since disbursements are net fares on operating, it's something Alan and I have been looking at and thinking about a lot. Nothing firm.
Would it be conceptual, like starting over at year 1 and then going through step down?
I think that's what we want to hear from you all. It's like we've heard from some folks so far. If you want to go to your questions actually get to this is like,
what is the
what do you all think? What is it, the intention? We've heard some folks that are interpreting HB 200 in some ways. Some folks are interpreting it other ways. What is your understanding, and what is your feedback and desires and interests? And then we can take that and see what the art of the possible is.
So what I've been thinking about for system-wide fares or agencies without collecting fares such as GRTC, at this point, 6 years later, there's no foregone fare revenue for us to reimburse. Should it be based on ridership, service provided, some percentage of that? Or should it just be based off percentage of operating expenses? We're looking at all of those to see if it's suitable for the program while becoming insolvent and supporting everyone. But it's dependent on the individual agency's kind of rationale for why the program started.
HB 200, that eliminated some of the floors and ceilings, right? So there's no dictated amount for how much a trip would go to free fare or any of the other categories.
But in our proposal to CTV, we have an opportunity to develop that.
This will be part of your homework, just giving you a heads up. This will be part of your homework and part of the outreach we're going to do with VTA next week and in those other cohort workshops that have coming up. So start thinking about this. What are your responses to these questions? It's not formulated, yay. But just feedback on what your thoughts are, and we're looking for that to inform what we can do, because there's a lot of this could go, but I think we want to understand what the desire is.
Any other comments or questions?
I think something, again, I don't want to get a discussion this today necessarily, but you all think about the legislation showing there provided for reduced or no fare to low income persons, say persons, whatever. And yet in some of this, I see system wide, which means that I assume means that everybody would be low fare or free fare or whatever, regardless of their economic status. Seems to be a possible conflict, but you all work it out.
Yeah, the onus of that back in when the program started was as a response to COVID.
You have a lot of different iterations of that. There are a lot of systems have reduced fare for seniors. Some have specific projects where, like, oh, if they meet certain criteria, like SNAP benefits or different other established criteria folks can sign up for, if that's usually administered at the local level, and everything in between, all the way up to a completely fare-free system. So we're working within that world of what's the best way, because we've supported, I think, a little bit of each one of those, if I'm correct, a little bit of each one of those types of policies through this program, but we have a lot of flexibility. I think the big question, I think what you're getting at, Evan, is the ability for long-term support for maintaining systems that have gone 100% zero fare. And that's a very different financial question, but also a very different policy question. I think that's one of the biggest ones that we're really looking for feedback on.
Anything else from you?
Like your questions?
If I may, this is Tiffany again. Another point I want to make sure we get feedback on is about the micromobility piece, as well as the paratransit and specialized transportation, and having clear projects and definitions for that. DRPT has not historically been as engaged when it comes to micromobility. So like bike share or like first mile, last mile connections. And so we have not had projects like that come in since like 2018. When we last funded a bike share through a partnership with Roanoke Valley. So I do want to make sure that we also have that clear for TRIP, because I know that there is interest as we have expanded transit access. You have bike lockers and facilities, but we aren't funding bike share. So I want to make sure that we get feedback from you all if that is something that we want to strongly support through TRIP and how we can define that, because we don't have any clear guidelines currently. I want to put that out there as well.
So our next step on TRIP will be.
Your next step on TRIP is we do want to get input. You may have additional questions beyond this. Kate, you had one that was like, how does TRIP interact with other DRPD funds? So we're, as you heard in the ideation phase of this, we do have kind of a quick timeline, but it's not the data-driven technical element that we had before, but I think we want to kind of think about these policy parameters. I will note, so there has been the General Assembly for the last several years does keep tweaking TRIP, and the tweaks are by the same project sponsor. And I think part of that is that person wanting to make sure that we are thinking about equity issues, thinking about the customer experience, thinking about those elements. So I think that that's part of what we're trying to think through here too, which I think just kind of that, for me, that genesis of this program and why they kind of keep tweaking at it feels like there's something that they're looking for. And so I think, conversations that we continue to have with stakeholders, we have we've been contacted by transit agencies, local governments, regional agencies. So again, you're welcome anytime to reach out to us if you want to have a conversation on this. But I think our hope is that we would come back to you in June with sort of a straw proposal of this is what we are anticipating. And as noted, like we can put something out there. We want to have it to inform the grant cycle for FY28, but we could come back next year and make some adjustments if we needed to on TRIP. Particularly if we're looking at alignment with some other programs. So, we will create the framework for it this year. And I think it's great to get TSDAC because we haven't had kind of that open process in the past. But I know we've got a lot of stuff with the operating too. So I just want to say, like, we want to get it as good and solid as possible, but we can be a little bit iterative next year as well, I would hope. So.
Yes, Cindy.
Question on the follow-up. So under mobility innovation and adding local government, which I commented and I like, but this gives a little bit more definition of what that is. So on the outreach side, what is happening for MPOs, ABCs, and people like area agency on aging service stakeholders?
Yeah, no, it's a great question on the areas agency. I know we've been doing some outreach. We should actually up our game on that related to implementing the coordinated human services and mobility study. So I know that our staff that is involved with that have kind of had it on their radar, but we could do a targeted outreach to that community. It's a great suggestion. And then Tiffany and others have been really good, I think, as we have been sitting at a lot of those MPO tables and regional planning tables, kind of elevating this, and we'll continue to do that and look for opportunities. Tiffany, I don't know if there's more on that.
Sure. So Grant, as well as the R5310 program manager, Jess Maffey, they did do a presentation to the Virginia Association of Planning District Commissions on, initially it was a discussion about regional mobility hubs before we knew about HB 200. But we have opportunities to engage. And then I don't know if you saw James Hutzler, who was next to me with VACO. He has offered us an opportunity also to discuss with them to the larger group as well as the transportation subcommittee on some of these items. But we also have constant touch points with the Virginia Association of MPOs. But I am open to other options to engage on the locality level because they have been a little bit more prolific in terms of our grant programs. And so it has been a challenge for them to navigate where they need to partner with transit agencies versus independently starting their own kind of service.
Yes, I was going to say the AML, the VACO parallel, we have an infrastructure committee, which is the transportation environment. So certainly can make that available. The Northern Virginia Regional Commission, which is our PDA NOVA, is doing a lot of strategic planning right now with our new executive director. And so that might be a way to see if this fits in with our peers or not. And then the CSBs, I think is important because they need the special transportation, but they are definitely not transportation gurus, having done my first 2 years in Loudoun County CSB. So it may be a collaboration, but it would be nice for them to be aware of it. I'm not hearing, at least in the Northern Virginia, we're part of the Falls Church, Fairfax City, CSB. I'm not hearing transportation conversations.
Well,
I need.
I'm guessing kind of similar to our earlier discussion, once we have kind of a straw proposal, I think it might be easier to have some of those conversations too. And I think just a lot of folks aren't really familiar with TRIP, even in the transit community. Like we keep kind of working to get more awareness, and we can talk about, you know, available funding through this, what's there. And I think that's part of our summer outreach plan to kind of be able to go forward.
If you want contacts into the PPA, the CAOs meet every other month. I'm sure many of you know Craig Piper. We can get you the when you're rich.
All right.
I'll be at the BTA first cohort workshop, second cohort workshop. I'm double booked presenting on the Chisholm, which I'm also excited.
All right, and I'll up the rest of the way here. So
Another day of great conversations. Lots of follow-up for us to do, lots of homework for us to do. I know all have been taking those diligently, and listen, especially at the end, lots of ways for really good outreach to continue. So a quick recap just of where we are. We're not going to do it step by step because you've seen this before, and this is a format we're going to start presenting as we're documenting all the decisions that TSDAC has endorsed. This is a recap of the different recommendations that have been made so far. Merit capital, we talked about that a little bit earlier this year. I think we had strong consensus on that. These are all in your materials as well. So merit operating, you now see 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D. Those are now being recorded in here. And as we make those changes actually to 3 as well, now that we have 3A, B, C, we're going to keep track of this as we move forward to make sure that we're documenting all the decisions and all the recommendations that are coming out of all of these meetings. Again, same thing for the TRIP program. As we work through those different recommendations and frameworks, making sure that we're documenting all that, because this goes into the CTB policy that when we present to CTB in September, we're going to document all the decisions and recommendations that came out of here. And these are, as we go through, as things are changing, updating those and being reflective of all of your conversations as well. The next steps, so this is the list that we had from a week ago. Our homework is now much longer from this list. We'll make sure we get that updated in the minutes as we do all of our follow-ups. But the action items, what we have for you all, and what we will do is we usually do is send out an email probably tomorrow with your homework. What did we hear here today? What do we need further input on? A couple items, obviously, in merit, several items on TRIP where we want your distinct feedback. We will give you a deadline for the homework. Understanding that we still have several meetings and different events going on. Again, the reason is we have a very tight timeline between this meeting and next meeting and then getting those materials put in together. So thank you in advance for any grace as we're juggling multiple different briefings and events at once. We'll follow up with you. Again, I want to remind folks that we do have 2 sessions, as Evan mentioned, at VTA next week. So lots of opportunities. We have the online form that we have on the TSDAC webpage on DRPT's website for folks who want to submit any general feedback or comments about anything going on here. We do have also 2 more virtual cohort workshops where we get really, really good participation like we did in the last cycle. And then now we'll be moving into some more additional trip focused, I think some workshops, maybe not cohort wise, but we have some new audiences here potentially to be reaching out to over the next couple of months. Right. And that is all I have for us for Mr. Chair, for the rest of the meeting.
Wow. What about that?
And we're on time, a few minutes after.
Finished early.
Yeah.
Any other questions, announcements, information for the good ones? If not, adjourn this meeting.
Great. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you all.